Esperar 3 minutitos para que sigan.
We're going to wait for another 3 minutes. We're going to start because we've got live streaming from different places in the world, Latin America and other continents that are with us today. Good morning, everyone. My name is Carla Fernandini. I am the Director of Strategic Development at SUMMA, and today I'm going to be with you throughout the whole process of the event. Be all welcome to this international conference, Evidence for the Equality and the Transformation of Education, organized by SUMMA, Laboratory of Research in Education for Latin America and the Caribbean, together with the EEF, Education Endowment Foundation, and the Evidence for Education Network, EEN. We're very pleased to have you, to have organized and to have all of you from different places in the world. I would like to thank the support for the organization of this initiative from the Gideon Prize, the International Center of the Research for the Development, IDRC in Canada, for the regional centers for the exchange of knowledge and innovation kicks up. We've got many representatives, UNESCO and BHP Foundation. Without this joint effort of cooperation, it would have been able to have this great event today. SUMMA, together with EEF, have been working together to generate, synthesize, and mobilize the rigorous evidence and robust evidence that will report decision at the level of policies and educational practices that can be used on behalf of the different players of the educational ecosystem. That's why that this conference is a great milestone for us, because this allows us to gather together many important key players at a national and also regional and global level. The academia represented by different universities and research centers that are present here, different international organizations that are here with us, that we work in cooperations, among them UNESCO, UNICEF, the Inter-American Bank of Development, the World Bank, the OECD, IDRC, and the Organization of Western States of the Caribbean, and the Ministries of Education. We work together hand in hand to transform the reality of our educational system. And I would like to take this opportunity to greet Mr. Nicolás Catalgo, Minister of Education of Chile, Mr. José Mauricio Pineda from El Salvador, the Vice Minister of José Alberto Flores from Ecuador, and the former Minister Montserrat Kremer, also from Ecuador. And last but not least, we would also like to thank the participation of representatives of the civil society, the communities of education, and other public institutions that are here with us today. And now, I would like to invite you to give the opening words to Mr. Christian Cox, who is the chair of SUMMA. He is a professor of University Diego Portales and also from Compared Policies of Education in this university. So we would like to welcome him with a huge round of applause. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Minister of Education of Chile, Mr. Nicolás Cataldo, and from El Salvador, Mr. Pinedo. Mr. Under Secretary of Education, Mrs. Arratia, and Vice Minister of Education from Ecuador, José Flores. Former Minister of Education from Ecuador and member of our counseling board, Montserrat Kremer. Becky Francis, Executive Director of Education Endowment Foundation from the UK. Mr. Valtencir Mendes, Director of Education of UNESCO. Mr. Jaime Saavedra, the Director of the Western countries of the Caribbean for the World Bank, Mr. Thomas, representative of the DAN, Mr. Florencio Ceballos, representative of the RDRC from Canada, Alejandra Garces, director of the program of Chile of BHP Billiton, and dear member of the network, this is the evidence for education, or dear educators, members of the academia, experts, and the ones who are working with the policies in everywhere. So please be all welcome to this international conference and with the transformation with equality, which is a call from SUMMA, the Laboratory of Research and Innovation in Education for Latin America and the Caribbean, and the Education Endowment Foundation from the UK, with the support of IDRC of Canada and the Foundation. Just a brief word. We need light. Can we have some light here? If someone from the technical team can help me.
No está acá. Ahí.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the board of SUMMA, we would like to thank you all for everything that you have done at the service of this community. And as you can see, what we're opening today is the fruit of the cooperation of many. Still, we've got some works that we will have during the next day. It has pointed at the efforts that we will be working and the needs to respond to a challenge of a great importance for the region and for the future of each one of our societies. This is an achievement for the right of having a quality education. Education is the backbone in which we've got a just areas, and also this is the vehicles that would allow everybody to reach their biggest potential, to transform their lives and to contribute to the development of our nations. In Latin America and such as the rest of the world, education should be a right that should belong to everybody, and also the existence of barriers that prevent the equalitative access to education is something that requires some urgent answer. These barriers, most of the times, cannot be separated from the social inequality, poverty, discrimination, and exclusion. We cannot be talking about a future of wellness and equality for the region where millions of children do not have access to education, or they leave their education because of the lack of resources, or by having access to it, the opportunities of learning experiences that they live are limited and quite poor. Every child, regardless of their socioeconomical background or their disabilities, they deserve to have the same possibilities to learn, grow, and also have a future. And those opportunities should be important and of a good quality, and they demand the institutions and the actors of the institutions. The quality of the education for all of us that column as a desideratum is a moral imperative. At the same time, that this is a social, political, and economic need. Without some needs that can be distributed, we cannot achieve the cohesion of a stable democracy and a robust one. Our commitment with education should be translated in trying to forecast an inspiring point of view and and also to transform and how to transform education, and in policies in concrete and effective manners that are based in the best knowledge and the evidence that can be compared. In such a perspective, from SUMMA, we visualize an agenda of policies in education. So, just to be according to the times, it should include some dimensions of the structural areas that we've got in the region. So, first of all, we need to have better financing in education. So for that, it is critical to review the tax reform in our country in such a way that they will be compatible with the need of guaranteeing the right to education. On the other hand, we can check the regulatory institutional framework that will exclude our children from having a quality education inclusive and with gender equality. The modernization of the capacities of the state to help school and to provide a quality education is also an urgent need. On this regard, it is critical that the state will be able to protect and to take care of our children from their early years by means of an articulated work and sectorial, as we have worked in the program of Chile, Chile Crece Contigo, and it is of a baseline nature and strategic to answer to the question to support teachers in an effective manner with the purpose that they will have good conditions to develop their job. By trying to answer to these challenges, it is key to respond to the innovation in education and to have evidence that would help us to learn. So with this, we can have a compare and to have a context of their own experiences, which are at the heart of what we're going to discuss during these 2 days. It is on behalf of SUMMA, there is a declaration of its baseline invitation to integrate and to make a convergency and to add North and South, different local context. The academic point of view created of new knowledge and meanings with the first or the early years of poorness and marginality, the ideological areas and the interest that are in this policy and redefined by the discovery of the evidence that is going to set aside those poles, and also to the elaboration of shared comments in the commonwealth for the common aspects. This meeting that gathers together the academic, the public policies, and the cooperation and the international philanthropy and the school education and the early education, which comes from different areas and as well as the countries that hosted India, the Netherlands, Jordan, Cameroon, Ecuador, El Salvador, Chile, Canada, Spain, UK, India. So they represent the integration of SUMMA, and the fact that we can do it with the cooperation of so many. We would like to thank you for all that. SUMMA and its multidisciplinary teams for Latin America has experience both in the academy and also in the government and will fulfill. But it's going to turn 8 years now, and we would like to thank the founding organization, which is the International, the Inter-American International Bank. And also we would like to thank, in the introduction, we've got some other important partners, which is the IDRC, UNESCO, the OECD, the World Bank, BHP Billiton, and Titan Foundation. Additionally, we would like to thank the trust and the support of the authorities of the ministry in the region, which are present in this conference, Minister and Vice Minister of Ecuador, El Salvador, and Chile. Likewise, we would like to thank on behalf of the Board of Directors of SUMMA the generosity and the commitment with Chile, and also with Martin Carter from Stanford University, Ben Rosa Schneider from the MIT, Xavier Bonal from the Autonomous University of Barcelona, and the educator Romina Banerjee from the Foundation from Pratham from India. And also, I would like to thank the support of Jaime Savera from the World Bank and Tracy Burns from National Center of Education and Economy from Washington. And finally, we would like this event to be an opportunity to talk to each other, to learn, to listen, how to launch the social justice in our educational system and how to transform this system and how to launch our pedagogies in the classroom. That will be a revolution in terms of how we learn and how we teach. Evidence is key, so that's why we're going to discuss and we're going to establish this in such a way that we can use it in a more effective manner. During these 2 days, I really hope that we can exchange point of view, challenges, and learning experiences with the common purpose of moving forward, that from SUMMA we wanted to share our own point of view.
Thank you very much, Christian, for your words and for emphasizing our commitment to inspire and convene various actors to transform education. Now I want to invite Becky Francis, Executive Director of Education Endowment Foundation. Previously, Becky was Director of the Institute of Education, UCL, and Standing Advisor to the Parliamentary Committee on Education, United Kingdom. Please, Becky, we would like to receive her with a warm applause.
Welcome, everyone. It's brilliant to see you all here. Now, the Education Endowment Foundation, the organisation that I lead, tends to be characterised as an organisation trying to address 2 gaps. The first is the gap for socioeconomic disadvantage when it comes to educational achievement. That's our mission, that's our passionate focus. But in order to address that gap, we need to address another gap, which is the gap for evidence as to how we support practitioners and policymakers to close that gap. That social justice mission is what, of course, connects us also to our partners, SUMMA, with whom we've worked for so long. It also closely aligns to the concept of this conference. The concept is to review and reflect on the role of evidence on the transformation of education systems and their capacity to improve educational outcomes and reduce inequality. So you can see this close alignment here. And it's interesting that I think the conference is focused on attention to both structural elements and the school element, what's actually happening in the classroom. And you'll see that the conference themes and session topics have been designed very carefully to try to facilitate our reflection and discussion of these elements. Now, I want to say just a little bit about our partnership with SUMMA. We've been really proud to be partners with SUMMA since their inception 8 years ago, and working together really on 2 key elements. First of all, to make the evidence base, which underpins teaching and learning, more accessible, again, to both practitioners and policymakers. And secondly, to address gaps in the evidence through the rigorous testing of programmes and approaches which SUMMA undertakes through its Impact Fund. Really importantly, this partnership is a learning partnership between 2 organisations, which is why it's so exciting to be here in Chile and to learn about the LATAM ecosystem, its challenges, and the opportunities that stakeholders in the sector are taking to respond to these challenges. The learning partnership extends to 8 other organisations who make up the Evidence for Education network that Christian's introduced. a group of mission-aligned organisations, each experts in their contexts and the special conditions and circumstances of their education systems, but working collectively towards a shared vision to improve education equity with the better use of evidence. There are representatives here from across the Education for Evidence Network, EEN as we call it, here at the event, as well as SUMMA and EEF partners, of course. We have representatives here from partner organisations in Jordan, Belgium, the UK, Cameroon, Spain, New Zealand, Wales and the Netherlands. And we know a lot about what constitutes effective teaching through educational research, but there remain key gaps here, as you all know. So we need to be building that evidence base still. And especially, there's a significant gap in regard to that policy and practice gap. And this is what we're all collectively engaged in. What's really powerful about the partners in this Evidence for Educational network and the representatives from other organisations and ministries we'll hear from today, including the Ministry of Education in Chile, is that they're bridging this gap between the evidence and school system through developing projects and partnerships informed by the evidence and developing system capacity for evidence use. And that, of course, is so important. And it's by building this evidence that we work together to be able to address our collective missions for better social justice and better equity in education. I just want to again reiterate some of the thanks that Christian's already made to important supporters and participants of the conference. The IDAN Prize Foundation for their support, SUMMA, of course, for hosting the event, curating the concept for the conference and the agenda, as I've said, and for their warm welcome for us in Chile. I want to thank the esteemed speakers and you, the attendees, including from so many different countries and so many different prestigious organisations. I want to thank the partners from the Evidence for Education Network for their continued contributions to the network and to their education systems more widely. It's their learnings that make conferences like this possible. And I want to warmly thank the BHP Foundation for their continued support of the EEN and of the conference. Thanks so much to all of you and thanks for listening. Have a stimulating day.
Muchas gracias, Becky, por tus reflexiones. Nosotros desde SUMMA también estamos muy contentos por este trabajo colaborativo con impacto que estamos desarrollando desde hace ya varios años, como lo mencionaste. Para culminar con las intervenciones iniciales, quiero invitar al señor...
To continue now, I would like to invite the Minister of Education from Chile, Nicolás Cataldo, so he can share with us the challenges that they are dealing with from the Ministry of Education here in Chile. We will receive him with a warm applause. Good morning to each of you. I would like to greet each of you, each of the guests. I'm not going to name them all. We have already mentioned each one of you. And Christian was very specific when he did so. So I would like to thank the Laboratory of Investigation and Innovation, SUMMA, for Latin America and the Caribbean, for organizing this space where we can have a reflection, and also the Education Endowment Foundation, and something that is so important for our society as education is. I would also like to greet Evidence for Education Network and Gideon Price Foundation, who are also part of this event, talking about the importance of innovation and the different areas here in the education. So we have the commitment with our education in our countries and public education, which is the one that receives the more vulnerable students. Public education is where we can find that diversity represented in our country from the transformations that our society is experimenting. It is the only one who can reach every single space of our extensive and complex geography, where no other can be in all of these places. There we have public education to guarantee education that is for everybody. That is their value and their strength, and is helping us in this work. We are living in a special moment now because our public education is experimenting a process of transformation at this time, a transformation that is structural, as one of the panels is going to mention later on. We are building a new educational system in the public system, and we're doing it gradually, with evidence in our hands and with wisdom to correct whatever can be perfected, and with one direction facing towards our objectives. We're talking about a high complexity reform that challenges all of our administrative systems. And we want to offer high quality, inclusive education that can go beyond differences. It is a reform thought for pertinent educational systems that considers each community, and that in each location they can build their communities that sustains and enriches our communities in our countries. This has brought up many challenges. Gradual implementation of public education, the evidence has been key to be able to identify how we can improve. We have used this evidence to take action in politics, to take action in governance, and to elevate the quality of education that we offer for children, teenagers, adolescents, and also adults. And we also have to broaden evidence to be able to defend the idea of the reform, the principles and the reasons why we had why we started this many years ago. And back then it had the backing of all of the people that were interested, all of the actors in the political system. And this is a moment where evidence not only sustains public policy, but also the discussion, the political rational dialogue. So we are here knowing that these are difficult times for evidence. And that is why I value that it be the key for the reflections that will take place here today. Another thing that we have found is that we have issues with financing. It is a key dimension in education. This is something that we also talked about in the leaders meeting carried out in Paris in June. And this is the board of directors that we had that talks about the right of education of high quality for everybody. This was carried out a few weeks ago, and obviously the main subject had to do with financing of education and the relevance that this has for the states to go forward in this. It is the will that we have to continue and have good practices within our countries, within the different countries. And this is something also that was discussed not long ago here in the ministry in Santiago, to go from declaration to action, right? That was the main slogan. And it was an encounter where we shared with our different ministries in the different countries. And we came to the same conclusion. We have to invest in our educational systems and in the present and in the future of millions of children and adolescents. And this, we need to strengthen the dialogue between the different ministries and finances and treasury or whatever ministry that is having to do with the finances. And we had the honor of having this event here in Santiago. Those of us who work here, we know how important education is for the development of people and also for the society that want a better well-being. The economy needs educational systems that are robust, that are financed and connected with the development of each country. The lack of investment in education of people tells us that we will have even higher difficulties for our society to find efficient ways and equal ways to be able to have solutions is something that is key. During these last 2 years, we have studied different alternatives to resolve these issues that we have identified during this implementation. Most of them has to do with the deficiencies of structurally that we have had for years. We have low reporting. It's very rigid in the use or reassignment. It has to do with inefficiencies or low impact. So we know that to install financings, we have to have good accountability. And one of the key issues is to be able to trust in the different schools and flexibilize some of the use of resources so the schools can see what is most urgent regarding their location. And with that decision, that we are building trust and promoting autonomy in these different institutions. But our countries and our challenges are even more complex, and they can't be resolved only with efficiency or innovative way of investment. At least in Chile, we have wanted to advance to a new way of financing education that goes beyond the deficiencies that we can see, and that in our case are connected to the subvention, to the demand. We saw this during the pandemic, when the payment of per assistance or attendance wasn't working. And so we realized we had a structural problem. That episode and many others has been showing us that our model is not efficient, nor effective. And it is not, there's no equity. And who is the problem who has issues? Usually those who have more needs. So then we just broaden the inequity. So we have to have models that can give financing that is stable to our schools so that the flow does not depend on the attendance of the students, nor the determinations that has to do with the different geographical or climate conditions. I'm not saying that these things are not relevant to incentivize attendance, but it cannot be the only factor that determines the income of the different institutions. For predictability, those of us who are leading these schools, we know how important the budget is. Financing for the schools has to be priority for the states and for all of the society. In a context of crisis, globally speaking, this has affected our education and affected our progress and the continuity of our communities, and this becomes key. There is no economy or society that can progress without high education, quality education, and accessible to everybody. Education that as a public system can reach every corner so that nobody is left out. Passing up this crisis, this is the best moment to think about education of our people. Financing is only one part of this reflection, but today we are placing it with things having to as important as those who have been left behind and learning and teaching. I hope that these 2 days can help us for our nation so we can unite, because this is such a large and complex challenge and we cannot deal with it each on our own. No country can do it on their own to be able to transform and strengthen the educational system. So that is why we welcome collaboration, exchange, and long live evidence. This is something that unites us all. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, ministro. Yo me quedo con esa reflexión.
Mr. Minister, thank you very much. I will keep that and thinking about going from the reflection to the action, that then we can go back to the places where we've got different roles to continue having an impact on education. Just to continue with the agenda, we are going to start with the presentation of our keynote speakers, and I would like to invite Mr. Javier Gonzalez with his presentation of the challenges of Latin America and the Caribbean. Javier is the director of SUMMA and an affiliated professor of the Cambridge University. He is an economy specialized in education, inequality, mobile sociality, and before that, I would like to introduce his presentation with a video, which is very important for us, very special. Back in the year 2020, SUMMA, together with UNESCO, developed the GEM report for Latin America and the Caribbean, entitled Inclusion and Education, All Without Exception. In this report, we can see the gaps of the most vulnerable groups of our society, among them the ethnic minorities. I would like to invite you to watch this video that portrays this reality in one of the countries of Latin America. Calca province. 4,029 meters of altitude. Peru. 10.4 million children and adolescents of Latin America and the Caribbean are excluded from school. 80% of children of 10 years old in Latin America and the Caribbean cannot read or understand a simple text. Students of 20% more that are poorest in the region have a probability that is 5 times lower of finishing the higher education compared to the 20% of the students that are richer. This is a school number of 50,193. 50% of my students, they've got malnutrition because of the poverty and extreme poverty that we've got in the community, and that is going to have an impact in the learning of our students. So my name is Kismet Matran. I'm the designated teacher since the year 2015. I have been working in this institution for the last 9 years. My uncle, they said, you're not going to speak Quechua because they are going to discriminate you, they're going to call you Cholita, and that will be heard by the younger brother. And then the father comes here and they say, why are you teaching them in Quechua language? Because my child at school, they are going to be discriminated. They give them nicknames. But we know technically as teachers that our mother tongue is where the children can learn in an easier manner in the reading and writing. If I'm going to teach them in Spanish, they will never learn how to read and write. Among the children with more impact are the ones that comes from ethnic minorities. They are in a very bad position because so many times they cannot have access to schools that speak their mother tongue. So that is going to go against their learning experience. On the other hand, if they do not learn Spanish, they cannot receive the opportunities of the city and the society as a whole. Teacher, you are good because you taught me the words that are pronounced, the vowels, and you taught me everything. I will never forget you. I will always remember you for the rest of our lives. But behind the averages, we've got another darker phase in our region that has to do with those populations that normally will leave behind. It means the young people in a situation of poverty, sexual minorities, the ethnicity minorities, the migrants, the war that are in prison, among so many others. From SUMMA, we have been working to change this reality. We are convinced that we can transform education to guarantee this right and to move forward into a fair and more inclusive society, always from a systemic and deeper point of view, focusing in the most vulnerable populations from the different areas of our society. We need to understand, we need to listen to the needs of the region. And so many times that is given for granted. But at SUMMA, we really take this seriously. We investigate to see what are the challenges and the potential impact of the educational policy. It is also key to ask to ourselves, what can we learn from others? What is the international evidence telling us? In education, we should be the ones that learn the first. But what happens, we try to reinvent the wheel, and we're not trying to copy and paste here. It is key to adapt, to give a context, and also, very importantly, to get rich from the local reality. It is true that in the region we've got a lot to learn, but also we've got lots of things to contribute. We are not alone. We're launching a radical cooperation with a sense. When we listen to each other, we identify priorities and we build solutions together. At a national level, we work with the Ministry of Education, universities and schools. At international level, with regional and global institutions. We are aware that the problems of our region are quite complex, but it is also true that many countries have made it by launching some policies based on the principles of social justice based on evidence. Let's work together for a better education. Let's work so that they can also have opportunities. Dear teacher, you are kind. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It is really a pleasure and an honor to be here with you, members of the academia, of the ministries, of the civil society. We have been working pretty hard and working together with you. I've seen friends of all this journey of this during these 8 years. In the 20 minutes that I've got, maybe I would like to give you a context about how do we see the challenges in the region. And for that, I would like to start by seeing what's happening in our region during the last decade, something that goes beyond the political contingency that keep us occupied on a daily basis with polarized areas with the discussions via Twitter, and it's not rich in analysis. What we can see is that unfortunately, and we are finishing hopefully, a lost decade for Latin America, another one. When we take a look at the political aspect, we can see that the democracy indicator for Latin America has been going down during the last 8 years, which reflects our lack of capacity to live together. In the economic aspect, we also see a slowdown of the economic process in Latin America. And if in the previous decade, 2003, 2013, we were growing during that period in at 28%, in this period, we just grew a 10% of what we expected. In the social aspect, in the previous decade, we were able to reduce the extreme poverty in 7 point. This in these 10 years, we were able to reduce it in a 1 point. And if we've got a reduction according to the Gini in 5 points. Now we did it in 2.4. We have lost our dynamism or idea of moving into the well-being of our society in peace, in democracy, and of course with prosperity and equality. So of course that this is a sign of a huge concern, and everybody in charge of a policy, so many are just linked to education, but this is a call for everybody. This is a region that has been quite innovative. Today is totally stuck. It's not that it's not moving forward. It is moving forward. It's not that we're making efforts, but our capacity seems to be running out. So there is an important call here after a day of being stuck that we've got the right but also the duty of asking ourselves what are we going to do. And in education something similar is happening. We've got, and not in a tricky manner, but during the last decade, and especially from the year 2015, we've got a deceleration in the process of the improvement of education, where we've got good news in terms of the coverage in the preschool and also elementary and secondary education, but also is that we've got a slowdown, a reduction of our capacity to continue growing, with exceptions such as Peru. And we've got a former minister who is one of the representatives of the good results of Peru, and also to persist in many of the countries of Latin America that have perceived in these ongoing improvements. So we've got a lot to learn. So for the rest of Latin America, our improvement is not really important, I would say. But not only this improvement, what I'm saying that will be the starting point. We could say with a self-criticism that everybody who is in this room has failed, not because of a lack of effort, but when we take this into account, this indicator of the World Bank, 8 out of 10 children in Latin America who are 10 years old cannot read or understand a simple text, means that everything that we're discussing here, as someone said, is music. We are really in front of a crisis that is as serious as the climate crisis, the armed conflict. It's just that we're making a huge effort, and 8 out of 10 children of 10 years old cannot read. We're talking about artificial intelligence and gaming and all those beautiful seminars that comes in the social media, but great innovators. But when we talk about a future that is not the one that we perceive in the region, it's not the one of this head teacher, Berta Quispe or Mrs. Amuan in Talca. For them, there is no internet. They do not depend on internet. They are not going to solve the problems with the internet. It is solved with some other sort of support from the state. But it is not only the World Bank that is telling us this, also UNESCO, less than a third of our students in the third grade. These are the numbers that we have heard before, but hopefully this morning we can really hear those numbers. Less than a third of our friends, they've got a certain level of competence on this at this level of education. So this cannot be another number. We're so tired of listening to it. This is the real life, real children, and that's why we wanted to show it in this video. This is one of the community. This is not a problem of Peru. It is happening in Chile, in Mexico, and in between Chile and Mexico, all the countries in between. Also the US, also the UK. Those are global problems. But it's not only a problem for the ones who are in the classroom, because this 80% includes the ones who are outside, and those are 10 million. It is like a country that are not in the educational system, and our young children, they do not work, they do not study. So more and more we can see that the narco culture is taking more place, that seems to be more attractive than going to the school. that is another important challenge. But beyond the averages and the global numbers, we need to understand that clearly there are some young people with a huge diversity because our Latin American society is not the poorest one. It is not the poorest. Normally, there are countries with a medium income, but we are the ones with a bigger inequality, and South Africa is the only one that is even worse than us. So this is a political problem. What we have to find as a society to do with our prosperity. The FMI is saying that which is not a left-wing institute necessarily, that's saying that the countries that are growing are the ones with a bigger equality. They've got a cause, and in order to grow, we need to have more equality. If we study the economy, this is the golden era of capitalism, and after the Second World War, we can also see that this is a moment in the humankind that at least in the Western countries, we can see this certain equality for the countries of the world being. So that's why the duality that someone who wrote a column this weekend, he said we need to choose between a growth with inequality or equality without growth. That's not true. The FMI is saying that it is not something that we can say. So what we see is that the inequality is quite important because those are groups, and even our ministries, and I have been working for 10 years at the Ministry of the Treasury and in the Ministry of Education. We don't have many numbers about what's happening with the migrants, with the LGBTI+, the ones who are in prison. When we work with UNESCO, and we've got our friend here, our friend from Brazil and director of UNESCO here in Chile for Latin America, we made this study because we wanted to understand what was happening, and we got to some numbers such as the 60% of young people that are self-identified LGBTI, when they have bully at school, and when they ask them who is doing some bullying to them, they say they are the teachers. When we see the ones that are in prison, they don't receive education, and they are below 18 years old, and they don't have the freedom, but they don't have lost their human right to education. They are under the guarantee, the protection of the state. They still do not receive education. In the case of Chile, because the system of submission as per student cannot provide a system, a certain education because the prisons are way too small.
So it is urgent to transform our educational system. The minister was saying regarding the meeting that was here in January, or it said we have to go from commitment to action because there's a social demand that is important, that is a transversal, having to do with social rights. There is a need to talk about financial economic growth, but also to live in peace in societies that have been so polarized. Therefore, when we talk about the need to make an educational transformation, we're not talking only about a brainstorming, and it's not just starting to call Google so that they can give us all of their last technology. Not that technology is bad, but it is not what we're talking about at this point. It has to do with a reflection that is democratic and deep within all of us, especially in the academia, in the state, civil society, and all of us who are represented here today in Latin America, but also in Africa, in Asia, in Europe, North America. What are the principles where this new education will be based on? The first principle, at least in SUMMA, is that it's based on human rights. That we need to understand that each human being is important, not only talking about economic growth, they're more important than that. Second, that it be focused on social justice, which is a big issue in Latin America. Third, that it has a curriculum that will allow that are pertinent for the different challenges that they will have to deal with and that is happening now in our own humanity and the future generations. On the other hand, that it be evidence-based. But from the global south, that does not mean to reject the evidence of the global north, but that we also need to be able to generate our own evidence within our context. On the other hand, that it can be in a participative way. And I would also like to say that it go beyond escalation or scaling. And as an economist, I also say we talk about this logic of RCTs and others, and it is very important. And SUMMA, we do believe in the importance of the evaluation of the impact and having random experiments. However, we cannot think that the state is a provider of programs that can be scaled. The state is much more than that. They provide subsistence, they have frameworks, support, pedagogical tools so that these projects can come through. They are not just a sum of different programs with different exercises. But before we decide what direction we want to go in, I would like to say something that for all of us who have worked in the government or have involved in important reforms in Congress or in the different political discussions, we know that it is not only having to do with each person's will. That would be very innocent to say, I believe. As well as a prosecutor said that after 12, so basically what we need to understand is why, if all of us want quality education, why aren't we not accomplishing it? When you listen to the right, to the left, in Chile, in the United States, in Canada, in whichever country, in Ghana, Senegal, all politicians and all of the societies want better education. So then why? Why don't we have it? Why, after 30 years, do we continue talking the same things over and over again? Why is it that we're not interested? We don't know how to do it? We don't care? Political science, institutional economy, sociology has dedicated themselves to study these processes, having to do with institutional changes, where we change the rules of the game so that a society can be more equal, more equitable, with more equity and more prosperous, more democratic. What we can see in theory, as well as empirically speaking, is that there are different drivers. There's different pressures, there's different leverages that generate these changes in the institution. One of them is the search for better solutions, technical solutions based on evidence. But we also know that in general, this doesn't really share what happens in our countries, no matter in the governments, no matter what country it is. I always say that when this looks like it's a program of the global south, I cannot imagine, and with all respect to those of you who are in agreement, it doesn't have to do with Trump or Boris Johnson having to do with policy in this area. It just doesn't happen. You also have the cultural change, and you have the gender issues. This also explains, as the society becomes more tolerant, that there are institutional changes that we can see. Even though we have seen some steps back, we have seen this in each of our countries as well. However, we know something that is very important that we do not talk about so much because maybe it's a little bit distant or hard to talk about. Of those of us who are technical or experts or the academia, we want to step away from that. It has to do with politics, with a asymmetry of power, which are legitimate in a democracy. Because a democracy has to channel these things. And therefore, somehow, in SUMMA, we have representatives from the OECD, and we are going to be carrying out a study for all of the region, having to do to understand the political process of institutional changes and reforms in Latin America, to understand who are the actors of these processes, the politics of the policy. And that is, it makes that distinction, the policy of the politics. Not as something dirty that the academics should not be involved in, but the opposite, try to illuminate that process and understand legitimately what are the processes that are happening there, and therefore what is the role of evidence to be able to mobilize towards institutional changes. But we also need to understand the cost of transition, the cost that you can impose to the person who is proposing, or the cost of political transaction that has to do with the capability of the system to be able to create alliances, to be able to mobilize certain changes, to define speed. And we have studied this not only in Latin America, they've studied it in other places, but not in Latin America. So we can see, for example, we're going to have later on, they're going to talk more about this, that Ross Schneider. And then we also have to talk about the temporal horizons, time horizons, that there can be a type of bridge. Here we have a few instruments that we have generated that have faster responses, and we have been doing so, working with the Minister of El Salvador, for example, who is here present with us today, with mechanisms that allow us to close the gap between the political times and the technical times, so that we don't have to wait 3 years for a great loan or for a great operation that many times is late regarding priorities in politics. So then quickly, I would like to share some proposals, suggestions of where we think from SUMMA that some of the transformations will be going. And this is not maybe written in stone, but there are certain issues that we think are very relevant regarding evidence and for our region and our context. And I am not going to be able to go into the detail in each one of them because of time, because obviously they're already giving me some signals here that I'm going over. So I will go with the first one that has to do with one of the 5 transformations that we think is key, and the most important one, which is the pedagogical nucleus. It is a version that is a little bit more extended than Elmer, but it has to do with the what of education, the curriculum, competencies, global, citizen, green competencies that we have to push. In terms of the how do we teach? And I would like to make a small pause here, because I think that not as 15 years ago, and hand in hand with the ES, today we do know much more regarding those effective practices that do have impact. 15 years ago, we did not know that. 15 years ago, we had certain notions. Today, we have tools, statistics, that are serious to be able to say, when I ask, why did the person who improve? Why? How? And I literally, as the EF does, and I take all the papers that have been printed, that have been shared, we can see that there are certain repetitions. These are not recipes, but there are certain pillars that are repeated. So what we can see is that therefore we have created a platform that allows us to see certain pedagogical practices and its impacts that are measured in the learning of the students, that allow us then to ethically advise a government and say, it looks like this is the path, minister or civil society, this is the direction that we need to go in. We do not have to reinvent the wheel. But let's start from here. This is not a call to not innovate. It's a call to innovate from here forward. And these are practices that are very close to the teachers, and they do not generate rejection. So therefore, this brings us that we need to provide certain basic conditions. And here I would like to use as an example Argentina. 54 of the teachers work in 2 or more schools. In the province of Buenos Aires, more than half work in more than 3 schools. You can understand the possibility of having formation feedback when I work in 3-4 schools is 0. So if we do not provide time for them, we cannot improve education. Now, we also need to form our teachers, have training. When we see numbers, only 21% of the teachers do not have a title, but the other 30% got it online. 51% who does not have a degree or they obtained it online. And we know that the certifications online at this time is still doubtful in quality. So we have to support more in terms of training. But we also carried out a survey to 200,000 teachers in 21 countries. We can also see that the majority say yes. 81% says I have received training from the ministry. It's not that the ministry is not interested, but at the same time, half of them say, but it was insufficient. They're not here. It was inappropriate. It was low quality. So once again, we have to work on that. Now, can we make this change? We can. And here you can see the Dean of the University of West Indies and university whose main vendor or supplier of the Caribbean, and in alliance with SUMMA, they have renewed their curriculum for teacher training. And what we are wanting is to be able to implement it soon. So this curriculum is strongly based on pedagogical practices that are effective. It is based on practices in the schools. It is also focused on the teachers investigating or researching and not only being users, but also producers of research and investigation. But we have also been able to take from SUMMA this evidence of effective practices to countries like Panama in the response to COVID, for example, not only a platform to help, but not only the what, but also the how, with online courses for teachers so that this can be a national policy and a reality. And here, trying to close now, there is another leverage that is key that is part of this seminar having to do with financing. We know that up to $8,000 per student, there's a correlation between quality and it is not just a percentage of the GDP, but it does not talk about the expense that is necessary per student. And all of the region is in $2,500 per student versus $8,000. We need to increase expenses or what we invest, not only because we can't do it only because we're low income countries, but when we see the tax loads, they're much lower than what, for example, our European partners have when they have the same GDP per capita that they have. It's not only an issue of that, but how much are we willing to do so? It is not only having to do with investing. Minister Cataldo, as they were saying today, we have the honor of working hand in hand with the ministry in reviewing preferential and to see how we spend the funds in education. It is not just an average standard cost, but how do we channel it to the poorer schools the way England does with the per pupil premium, or how Chile does it from SEP. It is a program that is highly effective even compared to the program that exists in England and in California. Therefore, we need to take care of these funds. We have to eliminate SEP. And there are some programs, there are a few programs where they can say, hey, this really did work, and we have to take care of it, not only because we want to take care of it, but because what it is proving with these studies from Rafael Carrasco under the supervision of Martin Carnoy, who is here with us from Stanford today as well. It shows the effect. Red is the effect of the poorer children. Thanks to the preferential subsidy, these children start taking off. This is not a political conversation. This is a fact. And this is in the system, not just a small program. This is not just a pilot program. In the system, you can see how this causes movement. Can we improve it? Of course we can. We have to improve how we spend in the PME with the programs that we implement. And also, we need to review the governance of the. And this is an issue that has a paradigm in Latin America. We were talking about this in the educational market, but we did not have any evidence back then. I was my opinion of this or of that. But today, our colleagues in Barcelona have certain meta-analysis and reviews that are more systematic. And what it proves is that, in general, having to do with learning, the market is not a great response. When you talk about this, it is very small impact. We do not purchase quality with the markets, but we do. Here's the negative part down here. You can see we do not purchase inclusion. We do not purchase competencies. We do not purchase pro-democratic behaviors. Therefore, the market does not purchase quality, nor does it necessarily diminish it, but clearly it generates inequality. This evidence, and this is something that from SUMMA, when we come into issues that look like they're strictly political, we can say that this is also, let's look at the evidence. Your paper, my paper, and everybody else's paper. It's like the whole class. And there, let's sit down and discuss. But also, coherence of the regulatory system is key. In a study we carried out, and here's the ex-minister, Kremer, who we carried the study out with, we could see that in the case of Ecuador, unfortunately, the system having to do with the regulations is focused to the fulfillment of administrative goals and not to the improvement of education, maybe more towards clients and more to selection. So the regulation of the system goes against improvement. So when we asked the question before, why don't they improve? Because many times our regulation systems are not aligned to be able to push towards this educational improvement. And to close, the last important transformation has to do with evidence. As Becky Francis was saying, we believe that inequality and quality of education can only be improved with evidence that is not separate from political. It can feed it to make better decisions. But this has to do with the generation of knowledge, because we know that it is scarce. We know that it is not pertinent because most comes by experts and experts from the global north, because we have low intensity. We know that there is a property that what we are saying today, we have to see, we have to get to know each other, not just read the paper. We have to be capable of going beyond with the gray literature and go beyond the academic paper. There's a lot of gray literature that is generated by our organisms that is very useful for the countries. And we need to increase investment and have better governance so that we can improve, so that we can continue. And we just wanted to say that we can do it. And I would like to place an example that is local. This is the paper that we carried out in SUMMA. And what we said, let's compare two processes that are very important in the reform, the SEP and the inclusion law. Before SEP, there were not research centers or investigation center in Chile. We did not have all these different organizations. There was no investigation or research of social science nor of education. But in 8 years, due to the investment that was carried out by the government of the state of Chile, it changed incredibly. And therefore, we had a reform that is so important, one as the other. And what we can see is that in the Congress, if you can see the history of the law, the amount of academics increased from 46 to 89. But look here at the researchers from 15 to 34. This is people registered in the Congress to give testimony for this law. So we can see that it is possible to influence as political if we have robust ecosystems of innovation end to end. And then with this, I will close. Basically, place a point in the importance of promoting ecosystems of knowledge, not only from the pedagogical, but also from the structural point of view, not only from the logic of pilots to scale, which is also fine. It is useful, important. We also do so, and we support that. However, in the sense of being able to dare to think and rethink and transform our systems, promoting these ecosystems. And to be able to find this impact, we think that the most important thing is to involve the governments from the beginning. It is not from the social society to create our own experiments that are completely unconnected to the organ or to the body that is guaranteeing education. So we need to trust them and generate trust of prioritizing these, involving NGOs and universities to be able to generate a bridge between political times and the changes that there are between governments. And finally, the most important, also we believe, and that is why I was mentioning this study from the OECD and these different studies from people who are going to speak about in just a few minutes, but they have a theory of change that is much more clear to understand how evidence has impact on education and social justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Javier, for the important comments. And I would like to say goodbye to the Minister of Education from Chile. He has to leave, but thank you very much for being with us today. And now, I would like to invite our second President Martin Carnot, Professor of Education and Economy from Stanford University. Mr. Carnot has a special interest in the political aspect, and he has to do with the comparative analysis. Martin today is going to be talking about how much can educational policy help equalize educational and social outcomes. We would like to welcome him with a big round of applause.
Okay.
If you want to talk with the microphone, you can talk.
Okay. ¿Está bien?
A ver, pruébalo, dígalo. Do you say something, please? Okay, it is okay. You can talk.
Is it good?
Yes, you can.
Can you hear me? Okay. Gracias a todos y
Thank you very much, everybody, for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to present my ideas in front of such an important audience. I would like to thank Christian Cox, my friend for so many years. He is the chair of SUMMA, Javier, and the whole team for helping, for inviting me. It is a great honor. I've got 3 students of a PhD, and the ones that includes a movie star, Rafael Carrasco.
PowerPoints in English, and it actually is good for you because I speak a lot faster in English than in Spanish. So I wish I had seen Javier's PowerPoint before. I would have written a different talk. So what I'm going to address to you something, a simpler idea today. I was very happy to hear in Christian's talk and in Javier's talk and in the minister's talk that no one seemed to mention that the reason that we're investing in education is to increase economic growth. So I like that because I don't think there's a real case for that, believe it or not, despite my colleagues at Stanford who are selling this product around the world. The issue is that if you're for education, be for education. It has its own value. It's good to have kids who know how to read in today's world. It's good to have kids who know how to operate computers in today's world. It's good to have kids that feel good about themselves because they have knowledge, it's good. It's a good in itself. I'm going to try to tell it, but unfortunately, this is not the way education's been sold over the last 60, 70 years. I come from the University of Chicago. You'll find that hard to believe after my talk, but my colleagues at the University of Chicago became the ministers of finance during the military regime here, and the Chicago boys. And the idea that education was very important for economic growth and economic change and income distribution, that's what I'm going to talk about today, came out of the University of Chicago, human capital theory. And that's been a principal, I would say, selling point for the World Bank to invest in education that had economic meaning. I think that the further away we get from that to sell education as a good, the better off we are. So what I'm going to talk to you about today, because one of the big issues here in SUMMA and around the world is education as an equalizer. Education is a way to equalize opportunity, a way to equalize income distribution, a way to equalize society. And I'm going to try to tell you that probably not. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't try to equalize education, opportunity, and it doesn't mean that we shouldn't try to equalize the society. But I'm just going to try to tell you that there's not much connection between the two. Okay, if you want to equalize society, you're going to have to equalize society. If you want to equalize education, equalize education. Don't expect one to lead to the other. This is my message today, and I will try to show you, based on evidence, that this is the case. So I'll make the following arguments. First, we know a lot about how to improve educational outcomes. And we know a lot about how to make educational outcomes more equal for students from different social class and race ethnic backgrounds. We know this. We already have the evidence for this. Some of it has been displayed or talked about. However, let me say this. Even under favorable political circumstances, there are limits to achieving the objective of greater educational equality of students from different backgrounds. I'm just going to try to tell you it's not easy. It's not easy. And knowing more about, I don't want to confront the barbarians who are amongst us. And I don't want to characterize people, but the people that believe that if you study bureaucracies, you can figure out how things will get better. Under certain circumstances, that's true. But in societies like these, that's not true. These are class societies, heavily class societies, with very asymmetric distributions of power. And that helps explain most of why things are the way they are, even in education. So this limits the possibilities. We also know a lot about how to equalize economic and social outcomes. And contrary to popular belief, these are only partially related to equalizing educational outcomes. So, improving educational outcomes. Almost all countries of the world improve academic skills of their youth. Is that a shocker? You know how they do it? They increase the number of years of education in the society. That's how they do it. And by the way, that's the safest political way to do it, because everybody wants more education. And they know that more education gives you better opportunity to get a better job. So it's easy to convince people to want more education. They definitely push governments to produce more education. And guess what? They've done it. It's amazing. Since 1995 in Latin America, despite a little bit of trail off now in the last few years, the advances have been unbelievable in the percentage of people finishing secondary school of youth and the percentage of people going to university and completing university. It's uneven between countries, but the advances have been phenomenal. Countries do this. And even test performance in Latin America is measured by PISA results. And in the case of Brazil, on the national test, Prova Brazil, show reasonable gains since the early 2000s, but especially before 2012, as Javier has said. And even when we control for changes in student social class, the test scores are going up. Okay? Now, in Brazil, they're going up unevenly, as I'll tell you. The ones who start higher, the higher social inequality, but it's going up. We also observe that some states, like Ceará in Brazil and Puebla in Mexico, where students have made very large gains in student achievement from the 1990s to just before the pandemic. So we know that's happening. So I thought I'd show you some data. People love data. It's evidence, SUMMA, it's evidence-based. So the reason I'm showing you this is I like this graph because it flies in the face of the actual results. The actual results show that Chile scores higher than any other country in Latin America, but it's not corrected for social class and the grade in which the PISA test is given, okay? So if you correct for those two things, it turns out that Mexico actually does better, has done better than Chile in math, okay? And in reading, Chile is still at the top, but it's surprising that Uruguay and Mexico are actually equal to Chile once you correct for these differences. And you can see the countries like Peru, the popular knowledge is that Peru's made tremendous gains in PISA, and that's true, even correcting for all these other things. And in any case, it shows that there have been gains, albeit gradual in some countries, over this period. And this is interesting because, in fact, European countries, on average, are showing declines since 2009, 2012 in PISA, okay? So it's also true that even Mexico and Chile's, by the way, the dotted line's number 3 in this thing. And so Uruguay and Mexico, but if you correct for social class, it gets even closer. So my only point is that there have been gains, even on the PISA test, which nobody knows what it measures, but it's, it's a test, of something. Okay, if Latin America would take TIMS, Chile does take the TIMS, you'd see even larger gains. Okay, it's a curriculum-based test. So 8th grade scores, in TIMS around the world, 8th grade scores have gone up quite a bit over time. Okay, so how do these improvements occur? This is just improvements overall. First, during this period, Latin American governments and families spent more. Javier showed the data. He didn't show it over time, but if he showed it over time, you'd have shown increases in almost all these countries over time. In the public, and by the way, private spending has also gone up. So they've spent more as a proportion of GDP as, first of all, because students are attaining higher levels, which are more expensive. So it was a period of economic growth. Again, Javier showed this, and governments spent more per student in real terms, especially at lower levels of schooling. That's so interesting that, in fact, in Latin America, as in many countries in the world, China, for example, also true, governments are spending more at the lower, have increased spending more at the lower levels and basically gotten people to pay more for going to higher education. So the governments spend less, have shown a decline in spending per student, or even no gain in spending per student at higher levels, but at primary level they have increased in real terms. They've also invested in other stuff, like cash transfers to poor families, including improved healthcare conditions, and they probably improved early childhood nutrition through the decrease in poverty, and they've reduced child illnesses. And this has helped a lot in improving conditions for kids of lower income. And this is completely outside anything to do with education. But it contributes to lowering the cost of education for these poor kids. Because if you're admitting kids into primary school who have fuller stomachs and are less sick, they're going to do better in school. It's pretty well known that that's the case. Hungry kids who are sick have a hard time learning. And on top of that, if there's violence in the schools, they also have a hard time learning. So it's very important to see these outside factors and how they affect what's going on. So the other thing is that countries like Chile and more recently Brazil have invested in full-day schools, which, by the way, are very expensive, a very expensive solution to improving learning. But, you know, you want to have a full-day school, right? By the way, it's interesting, at the secondary level, this actually hurts low-income kids because they work during secondary school. And if you have a full-day school, it reduces their job opportunities. So there's problem in terms of getting kids into full-day schools who are poor, because it actually is difficult for them to do that. So we have to think about those kind of things. And although teacher preparation remains a weak point of the educational systems, there have been some really important efforts, including here in Chile, to improve teacher pre-service and in-service education and to provide incentives for smart kids to enter teaching. And in states that have shown large gains in student performance, the state bureaucracy has been mobilized long-term to focus on instructional improvement, including teacher support, raising curriculum standards, and increased emphasis on student evaluation. And Ben Schneider is going to talk to you about this. So now let's turn to equalization. So this is overall gains, what I just told you about, without talking about who gains. But we also know something about equalization. The evidence is more mixed on equalization. As educational systems expand, at some point, of course, the variation in years of education between lower and higher social class kids declines, because you can't go farther than a PhD these days. I mean, they might invent future degrees for people as the system expands, but right now, the PhD is sort of the end point. So as you know, a high percentage of kids start going to university, the thing compresses, okay? So as it compresses, it should be a source of equalization. But in some countries, the test score gap between lower and higher social class students declines over time. In PISA math, for example, in Chile, Mexico, Argentina, but not Brazil, Peru, and Uruguay, the lower social class kids have made bigger gains than the higher social class kids on the PISA. But in Brazil, the higher social class students in primary school made much larger gains in 10-year period, 2007-17 and to 2019 also, than lower social class students. This means that things are becoming more unequal in terms of educational outcomes. And the data for the US suggests that Black students made large gains relative to white students in the 1970s, then lost ground in the 1980s, and then made gains again in the 2000s relative to white students. So there's some equalization of outcomes on the tests. So what do we know about equalizing educational outcomes across class and race? Do we know how to do that? The answer is yes, but it is much more difficult to equalize educational outcomes than to simply improve average educational outcomes. Much more difficult. And I think this is a great source for research, why that's the case. Why is it so difficult to equalize through schooling, to equalize these outcomes, even including early childhood? So we have good evidence that one thing we know is if you spend a lot more on low-income kids in school than on higher-income kids, that should equalize. I want to tell you that for years, economists have told people that this is not true. Are people aware of this? That spending makes no difference. No difference. You can spend as much as you want, it's not going to make a difference. And Javier said it's important how you spend. It turns out it's not important how you spend. It turns out that most schools, if you give them more money, will spend money in approximately the same way. There are not too many choices. You can lower class size per teacher. You can increase salaries per teacher. You can paint the buildings. You can improve the physical plan. You can bring in computers. I mean, there's just a few things that you can do to spend the money. And some are more expensive than others, but they all improve outcomes. They all improve outcomes. And you can argue about how much each one improves outcomes. If I were doing it, I'd put most of my money in training the teachers, okay? But, you know, there's a good argument that lowering class size helps a lot. Maybe it's more expensive, maybe it's not. So these are choices you can make, but the point is that most lower income schools don't have any of these choices. They're mainly worried about getting teachers in front of the classroom. That's what they're worried about. Anybody, a body in front of the classroom. So for years, economists have said, putting more money into schools, not going to help you. What you really need is change the organization, privatize the schools, bring in some people that really know how to run a school. You know, turns out they're wrong. And now very good causal studies show, including here in Chile, Rafael did the first of those studies, and then other people did. There are several other studies showing the same thing. So big increases in primary school for just spending a lot more on the poor kids. Okay, so we know that. And it's very important to remember that, because politically, it's a hard sell. Because the people, the people who already have a lot of money spent on their kids don't want to pay for all those poor kids to have more money spent on them. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. Okay? So, early childhood is very complicated. We've been told for years that early childhood education is going to improve the opportunities for kids to do better in school. And it's true. It does have quite sizable effects, more on attainment than actual test scores. But that's important. Attainment is actually more important than test scores for low-income kids. So there are these effects. What's interesting is that it doesn't equalize too much in terms of lower social class kids versus higher social class kids. It lifts all boats, okay? And the effects have not been as large as people have wanted them to be for lower income kids catching up with higher income kids. And I think that's another area of research that's really important. Why? What's going on there? Why isn't that happening? And we observed from longitudinal studies that schools do not increase gaps between lower and higher social class kids, but differential experiences outside of school and during major school vacations do increase gaps. And so this suggests that investing in after-school and summer programs could offset these losses. Again, this is expensive. I mean, no parent will obstruct your taking their kid for the summer. Nobody will oppose that. The only problem is you got to pay for it. You got to pay the teachers and you got to get the kids in. But as far as getting the kids to go, no problem. Parents leave. When I was a kid, almost everybody went to camp during the summer. Upper middle class kids went to camp. They were sent by the families to camp for the summer. Get the kids out of here so we can take a vacation. Anyway, so by the way, one of the economists have avoided measuring probably one of the most important effects of schooling, which is to increase the productivity of women in the labor force. And we learned that during COVID. Nobody has studied this. People send their kids to a secure, safe place during the day, and they can work knowing that their kids are safe. This must have a productivity effect on parents. It must. And yet nobody's analyzed this. It's a huge externality of schooling. And COVID taught us this. Mothers particularly, but mothers and fathers, went crazy having their kids at home all day, trying to do school from home, while the parents were also home trying to work. It was a disaster. And everybody realized that schooling was really important place to get the kids out of the house. And somewhere where they could be count on the kids being safe and secure. So reducing school violence is another area which is really important. All the correlational effects show that violence has a very negative effect on outcomes, and it particularly affects low-income kids. So there may be a real possibility there. So why is it so difficult for school systems? This is Javier's question. Why is it so difficult for school systems to reduce attainment and achievement gaps in unequal societies? Well, it's difficult mainly because despite all claims to the contrary, school systems were organized to reproduce existing socioeconomic hierarchies and the structure of political power they represent. That's what school systems are about. They are not organized to give everybody minimum competencies. If they were organized to give people minimum competencies, people would stay in school until they got those minimum competencies, even if it took them till 22 or 23 years old. That's what schools will be organized. You do not leave this institution until you're ready to face modern society in a way that you can interact with that society satisfactorily, according to our standards. That's not what schools are due. Schools say you got to learn it in a certain specific amount of time. And if you don't, you're considered dumb. And if you do, you're considered smart. You're divided up into those groups. By the way, the difference between low social class kids and high social class kids' test scores is about 1 year. 1 year. So the lower social class kids score at the end of second grade what the higher social class kids score at the end of first grade, et cetera. Pretty much up until high school. So 1 year designates people who are smart and dumb. So it's not that big a task to do, but it means completely changing our concept of the school system. So to reduce inequality of school outcomes means shaping educational systems to do that. It's a different thing than what we ask them to do now. It means spending much more on low-income schools, organizing classrooms where academically more able children teach less academically able children, mastery learning. This works. Teachers focusing on the less able and creating more equal learning relations among students in the classroom, providing after-school and school vacation programs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so we know this. So the question is, why don't we do it? Well, there's a cost to doing this. It's not free. It includes possible decline in economic growth even to do this. Cuba in the 1960s and early 70s spent a fortune on doing this kind of stuff. And Fidel admitted afterwards it probably cost them a lot in terms of the economy. And in addition, such policies are strongly resisted by higher income groups, both because their children are no longer favored and because they would have to pay for this. someone has to pay for this. The people that we know, I mean, in the United States, we know that about 40% of all tax revenues come from the top 1 or 2% of income earners. It's extremely unequal where you get your taxes. You get them from the richest people in the country. Now, if you have very few middle class, it's very hard to get those resources. It's much easier in Finland to gather resources for education than it is in Chile, because you have a huge middle class in Finland. Almost everybody is middle class, and they all pay taxes, same in most European countries. So it is a problem. Who's going to pay? And what does it take to make them pay? Because it's going to cost. And this is one of the big obstacles to doing this. And then finally, does reducing inequality of school outcomes reduce economic and social inequality? And this is a key question, because even though we may not have mentioned it here, this is what we believe. We believe in our hearts that if we equalize outcomes in education, we will equalize outcomes in the society. And there's very little evidence for this, by the way, because the educational system has a great way of producing, we can produce greater equality, but then all of a sudden the job market doesn't care. For example, women get the same result on tests, on average, than men. And at the same level of schooling, there are very few countries in the world, I really can't name one, where women get equal pay at the same level of education and age, despite the fact that they're scoring the same on tests. So there are other structures in the society, I'm almost done, other structures in the society that guarantee differences, including the job market. The job market is structured very unequally in terms of pay. No matter how you equalize outcomes in education, you're going to get inequality in the job market. Okay? So if you assume that it is the structure of physical capital and the job market which determines, and the technology and a monopoly power of companies, if you assume that all of this is what determines income distribution, then equalizing outcomes in education is going to have very little effect on the income distribution or the job distribution. So it would have, what you have to do is to do something about that inequality in a society. That's what you have to do. And the main way that countries do that is through taxation. The fact is that European countries and Latin American countries, before taxes, have about the same income distribution. And it's only after taxes that the European countries become much more equal. So that's how they do it. And so that's what you have to do, to equalize. And that's why I say, going back to the beginning, I'm happy that we're talking about education and equalization education on its own, just on its own. And don't worry about all this other stuff. Because if you want to do this other stuff, you got to do this other stuff. Okay, thank you very much. Every ends that, but thank you.
Muchas gracias, Martín, por tu ponencia.
Thank you very much, Martin, for this challenges on equity and to question ourselves regarding this and the issues and be able to give us different paths to be able to continue on our path. And to conclude this first segment and to go to the coffee break, because I know many of you would like a coffee and a little snack, we are now going to have our last speaker. That is, I would like to invite Ben Ross Schneider, Professor of Political Science and Director of the MIT Chile program. Professor Schneider has developed research that is framed in the field of comparative politics, political economy, and Latin American politics. His presentation is entitled Routes to Reform: The Politics of Education in Latin America, inspired by the new book that Ben has just launched. We would like to welcome Ben now. Yes, I told you.
Excellent. First of all, thanks very much to Javier and Carla and SUMMA for the invitation to participate in this great event. I am going to try to give you the 20-minute version of this book that came out a couple of months ago. And luckily, I don't have to urge you to go out and buy the book. This is my first book that comes out open access. So if you Google Routes to Reform, Oxford University Press, you can get a link that will allow you to download a PDF of the book. And as Javier said, I work on the dirty side of educational transformation, very much on the politics side. And when I got into this 10, 15 years ago, my first issue was, this looks like a reform to increase education quality that should be pretty easy to do. Martin disagreed with this, but a lot of economists think it's essential for economic development. There are high individual returns to education. And business, an important lobby in any country, needs more skilled workers. And it didn't seem to be a problem of resources or of solutions. So what or who was holding education reform back? And I mean, Martin gave you more the glass half full look, and I'll take more the glass half empty, because where I started was more from the fact that if you look at the PISA tests, on average, Latin America scores about 2 years behind the OECD average. So they're in school for up to 15 years old, but have 2 years less of attainment on the PISA test. And so the question is, why is that? And here, this is to show us not a problem of research. You have this outlier of Vietnam. So you can improve quality on a much lower level of development. But the graph also shows here that the large Latin American countries are below the line here, and that the line linking income and PISA scores. And that means that they're below where they should be, or where they'd be expected to be given their level of development. Okay, again, this is the economists that I'm reading, Hanushek and Visman, and in particular for them and other economists, it's a silver bullet for development. Human capital is necessary to increase productivity, and there you have a graph showing that East Asian productivity has risen steadily over the past decades, and Latin America has stagnated or decreased. So this is where I get the idea. Business should be an important lobby. Policymakers on the economic side should view education important. And of course, the multilateral organizations, World Bank, IDB, and the others have strongly pushed education reform. Should be easy. This is the issue that there are solutions out there. I'm focusing mostly on teacher careers, as teaching quality is the most important school input to student performance. And there are lots of different ways, and actually probably the simplest to depoliticize hiring certainly has the most important immediate effect. It should be easy because the parents that you would think would really push for much better education. This shows and this is just school attainment, number of years in school. So for Latin America and much of the rest of the world, each additional year of schooling leads to a 10% increase, a lifetime increase in income. So you'd think there'd be a lot more bottom-up pressure here. But that's not what I see. So the overall framework I use is that it's a relatively empty policy space compared to other social policies. And that's because the main beneficiaries, the students, are not politically relevant. And here I'm talking about K through primary and secondary education. University students are politically relevant, but not younger students. And I compare this, if you think of an area like pensions or transportation, then you have clear beneficiaries who are organized and active in shaping those policies. So in normal times, normal political times, pro-reform coalitions are weak. The parents are mostly dispersed and unorganized, and therefore have a difficult time influencing policy. And the middle class has not mostly, but a large part of the middle class has exited the public system. And so, as Martin said, they're not interested in paying for reforms in the public sector. Economic policymakers may think education is important, but for the most part, their time horizons are much shorter, so they don't necessarily have any great interest in the immediate term. And business, and I'll say a bit more about this, does not need so many skilled workers, or if they do, they often just train them themselves. And because of this emptiness or the weakness of the pro-reform group, then reform opponents are consequently stronger. And most importantly, these are the clientelist politicians, and clientelist means here the politicians who just use resources from the education system to promote their political careers and goals, and teacher unions. And here I would underline sometimes. There's some unions that are really opposed to equality reforms and others not so much. And I'll emphasize here the clientelism part because I think education has a special vulnerability. And this is in the sense that those resources, think of it, you can appoint a teacher who is a supporter, a political supporter of yours to a school, and that single teacher will not have much immediate impact, visible impact on the school performance overall. If you compare this to a surgeon, other medical personnel, transportation operators, if you appoint incompetent cronies, you're going to have major problems immediately. So therefore, I think that education suffers from being this kind of ideal target for clientelist politicians. Okay, this is a much more complicated issue, but I just want to signal the ways in which business is not necessarily interested in having more skilled workers come out of the public school system. And this is because the dominant firms, the multinational corporations, and the big domestic business groups are either in low-tech sectors. Think about the maquiladora assembly plants in Mexico, or the food and processing firms domestically in other countries. So there they do not need skilled workers. And where they do need skilled workers, more so in, say, automotive assembly or mining or increasingly agribusiness, they don't need very many workers, and so therefore can pick and choose and often do most of the training of these workers themselves. As the IDB said, hire the workers that you want for their attitudes and then train them for the skills they need for your firm. Anyway, what this means is big business is not clamoring to have education systems produce much better educated students. Okay, so that helped me understand why, overall these education systems underperform and why there's less pressure. But nonetheless, you do see important education reforms in the past 20 years. And I look particularly at the issue of career reform, making it more merit recruitment and promotion. Some of these reforms, again, in normal times get overturned. And I look at the cases of Mexico, Rio de Janeiro, and South Africa but where they do work, they tend to follow two routes. One of those is that there's a kind of education shock that's followed by general education, electoral mobilization. In normal times, education doesn't usually register in political campaigns. And this happened in Ecuador and Chile. And the other route was more technocratic, without electoral mobilization, and that characterized Colombia and Peru. I won't walk you through all of this. This is the sort of summary of the book in a diagram. And the key thing here is that the electoral route is the bottom one there, and the non-electoral route is the top one there. And you get the critical divergence between where clientelism and machine unions, which also use the education system for their own benefit, where you have more of that, then you get block reform. Where you have less of that, you get the technocratic route. So first start with Mexico. They had really important career reforms, whole revamping of the career under Peña Nieto's government. They went through the whole career and changed it, hiring by exam, regular evaluations, pay for performance, and they wrote it into the Constitution. So this looked like, well, this is going to last. But no, López Obrador comes in 2019 with support from the unions and immediately rolls back all of these reforms, almost all these reforms, and including rewriting the Constitution. So you need something more to have education reforms last. One of the issues in Mexico was that there was less kind of support in society, and it wasn't a campaign issue in 2013. It came up afterwards. Civil society, there are a couple of organizations, including Mexicanos Primero, which is really a strong association and was really out there supporting the reforms, but there was little other support in civil society and no negotiation with the teacher union on this. And this is what I call the zombie effect. The clientelist politicians and the opposing unions can wait out any single government and then come back in the next to establish the status quo ante. Okay, the Chilean process was very different, and this is a key case of the bottom-up electoral reform. And the shock was, of course, the massive demonstrations for years, starting even earlier with secondary school students in 2006. So this fed into then Michelle Bachelet's campaign in 2013, where she had three main goals. The first was reform education. The second was increase taxes to pay for the education reform. And the third was constitutional change. So this is very much a campaign about education. She won with a very strong electoral mandate and both houses of Congress, and went to work and passed many significant reforms in this period after 2014. The one I've mostly followed was the reform to teacher careers in 2016. Now here you did see a very vibrant civil society, and Javier was talking about this before, but specifically you had a sort of ad hoc organization of civil society groups called the Plan Maestro. They got together for 4 months to talk over various reforms to teacher careers, and these included associations of all types, think tanks, foundations, the Colegio de Profesores, the teacher union, the church, associations of private schools. You had left-wing associations and right-wing associations, and they were all in there discussing this together. With, I think, the significant exception of business associations who were not participating in this. Anyway, this was very much a strong civil society and strong policy network to support what was a radical transformation of teacher careers. But it was not all love and harmony. So the government proposed a bill in 2015. The union, the Colegio, decided it wasn't to their liking, so they went out on strike for several months, very disruptive. But then there was a negotiation brokered in part by Congress, but with the executive and the Colegio, the teacher union, led to a slightly diluted bill. But significantly, Colegio calls off the strike and endorses the reform, and then it passes Congress almost unanimously. So this negotiation with unions is rare in Latin America. See a very different approach to unions in Ecuador. So that there, the educational shock was more just a near collapse of the education system, where education spending dropped to 1% of GDP, meant that teachers were mostly going unpaid and they weren't showing up for work. And it had a terrible effect. Ecuador was on the UNESCO exam, CERCE and TERCE, CERCE. Ecuador came out second to last. But then they had the total reform to teacher careers, and I wouldn't attribute the improvement just to that, because reforming teacher careers take a long time. But anyway, Ecuador's success was remarkable after that. So how did it become an electoral issue? Well, first of all, there was sort of a national consultation in 2006 where national government went around to various places to talk about reform, and they proposed a sort of 10-point agenda for reforming education. That was put up at the same time there was a presidential election with Correa really supporting the whole education revolution. So when he got in, then there was really a strong electoral mandate and went to work. There was a series of laws also changing the Constitution, rapid increase in salaries, rapid turnover also in number of teachers. This too was meant by a strike by the teacher union UNE, but the government response to this strike was, over the course of the next 5-6 years, was really to destroy the union. They went after it, they took away a lot of its financial and other benefits, and ultimately rescinded its legal registration. So the union certainly was not participating in any of the implementation process, but also after the vote, nor was there much in the way of business or the rest of civil society participating in that reform. Let me go quickly to the technocracy cases. The first thing in Peru that's so interesting is that the reform sort of went through a center government, then a left government, then a right government, and survived all of those without much support in political parties, organized groups. There wasn't an electoral mandate, but there wasn't much opposition from the teacher union, SUTEP. And the basic answer I come up with, why did it survive? Well, it was mostly technocracy, and not a technocracy that's sort of in the finance ministries where business is very happy to push that. There wasn't any particular support for technocracy in these cases. It was more, in my argument, the absence of clientelist parties that could challenge the technocrats in these ministries. And here you get a sense, this is looking at the number of months where ministries of education had technocratic, meaning just no prior electoral experience, had technocratic versus political appointees. And you can see there Colombia and Peru had by far the highest proportion of technocrats there. And interestingly, Chile is very political. Okay, I won't go into Colombia. Also had a similar dominance of technocrats, and I just highlight here in this slide the party systems. They're so weak in both these countries. So looking at all 18 countries of Latin America, Colombia ranked 12th and Peru 17th in terms of the strength of the political party system. It's also, Colombia had a difference with other cases in that there was a negotiation with FECODE, the union, after 2016. So this is just to briefly summarize. I won't walk you through this. A couple of things I will show. What happened with the union here varied a great deal across cases. What happened with business did not. They just were not prominent in any of these cases. So here, the two electoral ones, you see much more impact of elections. The two technocratic cases, very different on the no, very similar on the strength of technocracy. No, as the other case, they're fairly similar on the union relationship. And Mexico, of course, was the one that was was overturned where there wasn't support in civil society or in the elections, with strong oppositions by the union. So this is, as I say, I've just summarized that. I will highlight here the issue of champions. This is something I often debate with my friends at the World Bank and IDB, where people say, we just need somebody who can get in and confront this political pressure and get these reforms through. We've seen this in Latin America. You have some great champions, but if they leave and the reform doesn't last, then that's not a lasting solution. Yes, let me end there. And the last thing for the political scientists is that the usual sort of variables that we look at, institutions and coalitions, turn out not to be that important. So thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Ben. Todos están invitados, entonces.
Thank you very much. Now you're all invited to download his book, and we were going to put it in the landing page so everybody can download it. We're a little bit late, but it was totally worth it. So now we're going to take 20 minutes for a coffee break. It is 25 past 11, so in 20 more minutes we're going to be back from the coffee break. No. So a quarter to 12, no, 20 to 12, we will.
Going to begin. Even though I am still lacking a few people to come in, we are going to go ahead and begin. Due to time,
Ya, vamos entonces.
so we are going to continue with our next session, and we are going to begin with the first panel, a dialogue panel, which will address the theme smart and equitable financing. So for this, we have our panelists that I'm going to present now. Mauricio Faria, Superintendent of Education in Chile. An applause for him. He has his fans here. Montserrat Creamer, former Minister of Education of Ecuador. And from Chile as well, we have to support our Becky Francis, Executive Director of Education Endowment Foundation. Analia Jaimovich, Senior Education Specialist at the Inter-American Development Bank. And Xavier Bonal, Professor of Sociology at the Autonomous University of Barcelona. And to moderate this panel, we have Javier Gonzalez, who is the Director of SUMMA. Please go ahead. Can you hear me? Thank you very much once again. And we are going to begin this session. There are two panels. Here we have at the end of this session in the morning. In this first panel, we are honored by the presence of each of our guests and panelists to talk about financing, smart and equitable financing. And we're talking about financing that can take on the cost of education, that can be efficient, and that it can be smart and equitable. And I think Martin left us with a lot of ideas regarding this, regarding that effectively we cannot fall in the trap that inequality is only going to be resolved with more education. There are other instruments that are very important that we can show, as they mentioned, that has to do, for example, with the taxes, and this is key. And also, ECLAC shows us that a third and a little bit more of inequality of income is explained by education. This also explains the Gini of education and expresses the Gini of salaries. Therefore, and that is part of academia where we can be in disagreement and say, yes, numbers show that for Latin America, education is also something that can bring more equality based on data of the CEPAL, of ECLAC, I mean. We are all in agreement with Martin. I believe that more resources do matter. And as they mentioned in different studies, at least till a certain threshold, some say that it's 6,000 per student, others 8,000 per student per year. They're all above what our region at this time has with its tax systems, and we can generate. But who knows? Maybe, and the interesting part of this debate is maybe that we are not so much in agreement, but we can talk about this. And the variability through experience, for example, is in what are these finances spent. It makes a big difference because in Latin America, in the different regions, it is not just 1 year that PISA evidence shows. It's not 1 year that separates the good and the bad students, but there are 4 years that differentiate. So it is a 4-year gap. And this does require a tremendous effective cost. And we need to identify what is more effective beyond more than just one or another study, as they mentioned this morning. What can we really spend the money on that can have a systemic effect? More than just one experiment or another experiment or one country or another country. The question is, systematically speaking, is there a conclusion? And what we have seen, and John Hayding from New Zealand has said, it's not just EF, there are also certain practices that systematically and constantly have more effect than others. So if you paint a school, it does not have the same effect on the school as metacognition, for example, right? To build a bathroom does not have the same effect as the feedback for teachers. So this debate is very important because what we can see is that we have to have this capability not only to say let's spend more, but let's spend better. And what rigorous evidence shows is that this makes a difference. This does make a difference. So in this panel, we would like to somehow enter into these numbers and go through. We are going to start through the end and come around with our superintendent of education from Chile, and basically from the vision superintendent of the financing in Chile, and also with the knowledge of other countries, what are the main barriers that you see that the system confronts to be able to increase amounts, but also to improve the allotments in efficiency? First, I would like to thank you for this invitation. To all who have made this possible. The superintendency, for those of you who do not know, is an institution that supervises the norms and the use of the resources. We do not look in terms, we do not supervise effectivity or efficacy of the resources, but that the resources that were used that were sent be used for what they were given for, to be used in that process. And the first thing I would like to mention in the logic from the vision of this supervision and the work we carry out with the school holders, we have to have clarity of what are the resources for and how much is allotted in that amount that is being given to each school. To have basically a basic like a basket to see how much of the resources are going to be given. In reality, when we receive different products, we do not guarantee certain results, but to have clarity of how resources are given or delivered, why, and how much of the how much each requirement costs. If we do not have that clarity, what happens is we can start adding requirements, for example, that are not financed. Or maybe we don't have clarity of what is being financed, what is not being financed. And there we have a challenge that for the systems there, they need to have that clarity. There is a second point from our supervision process that is very relevant for us as well. That when you give or grant these resources and you see that they are not being spent where they need to be spent, that also generates doubt over why should we give more funds. And you can see this because of a lack of knowledge. For example, they do not know what is more effective in our case, that we look at the pertinence or what is the resources delivered for. But we have also seen in these processes when we have the supervision and we detect the misuse of resources directly. So when systems don't work and there is doubt as to if the resources are being used adequately, that is a restriction or something that inhibits being able to give more resources into the system. And in terms of the amount, when we talk about how much resources, or if we increase the resources, it's key to be capable of convincing that those resources are necessary. So to have the understanding, how much is it costing to generate certain processes? How much is it costing, for example, in concrete cases, to finance the different materials at the electricity, the maintenance of the infrastructure, and there we are lacking for improvement, for example. And those things are key. So to be able to convince that those extra resources are going to generate a better result in the education, as Martin said, not only in terms of more productivity, but also because it is important that there be certain conditions that are make it the place worthy, and there be equality and opportunity, and that we can go forward in this direction. And regarding the allotment, there to be able to have clarity as well regarding what do these resources, what are they made up of? What are the elements that are being financed? And well, that is key. Like, for example, today we have different cases, a diversity of cases. You talked about, for example, the migrants, immigrants, or we have those with physical disabilities or poverty. You also mentioned, Martin talked about violence, for example, which many countries also are dealing with that, also in Chile. And these are elements, and all of these elements somehow generate cost, especially when these elements are with everybody. You can see this happening. So you have a clear vision, a complete vision of what are we financing? What are we doing it for? What is the what are we expecting? To be able to allot these resources adequately, when we understand that rural education is much more difficult, or that when we understand that education to the lower resources or immigrants or those who have different difficulties is much more complex, then we can say we need more resources and we need to finance more. Does that make sense? Thank you very much, Superintendent. I would like to go now with our former Minister of Ecuador, Montserrat. I would like, if you could also answer, what are the barriers to be able to increase and improve quality and expenses or costs? And from your experience, being in a complex situation as being minister of a country, and you have had great reforms and great movements in finances as well. Yes, and considering that I was during the pandemic with a deficit in our government, financial deficit, so how do you make it smart financing when the country is acting not very smart? In that sense, and after listening to the great conferences from others, of those who came before me, I think there is a large gap between the government programs, the objectives for equity, financing for equity, but there is also in the laws in the different countries. In Ecuador, for example, we have clarifying orientation for equity and for environment. So we have finances directed in the budget, however, and also international agendas. We also have commitments and we have big objectives, but there is a great gap between both levels in the financing allotment. So what I'm trying to say is that it would help us quite a bit if we could all align. The word, we are going to see this as a problem as well in Ecuador, that we can align as international agendas, that the goals for equity be tied to the financing programs, and therefore the concept of quality and the programs of evaluation or assessment and monitoring and fulfillment of objectives be tied to those objectives, and in the same sense that forces us as countries to allot resources and manage the resources, not just the allotment of the resources, but the management of them. And in Ecuador right now, there is a great deficit in the government, and obviously we have to cover urgencies before the pandemic, and now we have violence. So what are the areas that are most affected, the most vulnerable ones? Because in that case, education and initially you have that it would be inclusive, you have technical education, the rural, the gender, rural, urban, other areas in education. And this multiplication of inequity is what is causing a cycle that is causing a crisis in social, political, and we don't know how to stop it to be able to make it a virtuous cycle where education could be a factor that restructures even in the society and in other areas. Having said this, I think it's key to have the allotment of financing in information. We saw this during the pandemic, and I think that the pandemic and the crisis that we are going to continue having, because now we have one due to violence and we will have due to climate. Without information that is up to date and transparent, we are blind. How do we make decisions? How do we know where we are? How do we know where we have to go if we have no idea the frequency of contacts of our teachers with their students? Where are our teachers? Where are our students? Because it's immediate mobility when there's a crisis, etc. How many breakfasts are there at schools? That is the first great priority. For example, information. and a consolidated system, information that is consolidated, that is urgent. On the other hand, we are going to be blind, EMIS. So we can prioritize and we can focus. And in the case of Ecuador, and I think Latin America is very biodiverse, and the context, as we have talked about, are so different. And at this time, we have, for example, problems with violence. Before we had a pandemic. And now we have to confine students who have no connectivity in their homes because they live in the more violent areas. And if they leave their homes, they go to school where they probably might be killed as well, but they're safer at school than at home. But those are areas that are very specific and are identified. So how can we not focus? And we have a system of laws that is so rigid, and the controller system as well that understands accountability with exact numbers of how many mouses were lost instead of saying, were they able to fulfill the objectives or not? So we can't move. So the laws become something that stops us, and it doesn't allow us to prioritize and focus. And I would also say that monitoring public policy in the sense of teachers, Ben Rose was talking about this not long ago in Ecuador. It's a reference of how the system was changed. But even now, we just reformed education law, and they add more salary to the teachers. They are starting with $1,000 a month, which is a good salary, plus the legal health and all of the rest. But if that does not have pedagogical accompaniment, then we have accompanying them and that they can renew, then all we have done is increment the expense in the Ministry of Education. So if the measures are not systemic and we do not have total monitoring of each, and there is a relationship between the components and the information between the components, we're just spending money and we are not resolving. And the last thing I would like to say is the public-private alliance, because we're talking about, for example, in technologies that are strong investments, but also the alliance and regional integration and collaborating in platforms in common that we have. And that is why it's important, and maybe the investment in technology, because we have much more access to platforms that are nurtured by the whole region, adapted to our situation, and much more articulation between school systems and the education system, higher education system, so that they can be research and innovation spaces. And that way we can find our own solutions and adapt the evidence to our context. I think that is key. Thank you very much. I don't know if I have time. No, you're perfect. Perfect in time. Thank you very much. And how it is spent. You talked about monitoring, supervising, and we talk about this in Oxford, that there are sectors in the rural areas, for example, in Ecuador, where there was 800 schools for 10, 15 supervisors. There you can say, then where are the resources to have a follow-up of the pedagogical part? And Becky.
Becky, I would like to continue with you. It's interesting, probably in the case of England, not only because of the level of expense, but also because of its structure in the parliament and democratic history, and how the policies are being established from a white paper to a green paper, and so on and so forth. And we've got a certain debate. So I live in England for 6 years, so I saw how that policy is being generated. But in case of the financing, there is a point where during the last years, the English politics has been quite turbulent. First minister that lasted for months, or even less, weeks, I would say, yes? So the point is, how do you see these barriers of increasing the financing? Even in the higher education, in the case of England, is quite strong, the caps and so on, in a system that is way more turbulent politically speaking, and those things that will prevent it to do a discussion with time, with a pause, in a system that is, I don't know, in the last decade, as we have seen in the English system.
I'll say a couple of things about the English education system, and then explain a couple of matters around fair funding. Cool, thank you. So for those of you that study the OECD PISA tables, you'll be aware that the English education system has been comparatively successful in terms of attainment in recent years. But that success slightly belies the state of the school system in terms of resource, capacity and infrastructure at present. As for so many of you and your country backgrounds, COVID, of course, has had a very significant impact on attainment overall, which has dipped, but particularly for socioeconomically disadvantaged young people. And indeed, the gap that had been narrowing prior to the pandemic, over the decade prior to the pandemic, has sort of significantly reopened since the COVID pandemic. Can you hear me? I've got two mics, I think. Additionally, our infrastructure is in some state of disrepair now, with schools needing attention to their buildings and so forth. There are questions around the levels of teacher pay, which comparatively haven't grown in a decade. And all of this is contributing to a recruitment and retention crisis in teaching that then is impacting capacity. And we know, of course, that it's high quality teaching that makes the biggest impact on young people's attainment in schools, and that is doubly the case for socially disadvantaged kids. But of course, in a recruitment and retention crisis, all of that becomes challenged. And within this, as I've said, we're seeing the gap widening. In terms of what the new government in the UK inherits, there's a conception that we have very little money. And the Labour government has, committed to trying to jumpstart economic growth rather than driving taxation. We've had a kind of flatlining economy for some time, and there is political reluctance to increase taxes, certainly income tax, including for the wealthy. So obviously that strongly limits possibilities in relation to the resources available for school funding. But I think that we also learn and have various examples from the present about potentially effective education funding. I mean, one is that it has to be redistributive, and this relates to some of the speeches that we were hearing earlier. It's notable that the new government has pledged to tax private school fees in a deliberately redistributive policy move, for which there's quite a lot of local resistance. But for your context, the average private school pupil enjoys over 3 times the funding received by the average state school pupil. So you can see the direction of the government here. A second example is the long-standing pupil premium policy, which was developed by the coalition government back in 2011, I think I'm right to say. It built on generations of fair funding in the UK, where there's always been a redistributive effort to drive resources to socially deprived areas. But the pupil premium was radical for 2 reasons. You know, it was redistributive because a certain amount of allocated money follows each socially disadvantaged child that goes into a particular school. But what was distinctive about this policy was the idea that the school needed to spend the money on the pupil that generated this additional investment. And this was intended to encourage high-quality schools to welcome socially disadvantaged pupils because of the funding attached to them, and also, of course, to literally provide schools with this additional resource to spend on those pupils that generated it. It has various limitations. It's inadequate to the scale of the task, the IFS calculated that you would need a hugely increased amount to actually make a radical difference and equalise opportunities for socially disadvantaged kids because of all of the issues that are affecting them in their social background and their family life outside the school, of course. It hasn't risen with inflation, so it's been actually reducing in amount over the period. And it doesn't extend to the early years or post-16, both of which, as we know, are very important sectors in regard to social inequality. But nevertheless, it is and remains a radical policy that has been well evidenced to be impactful, particularly in driving some of the gap narrowing that we've seen in the last 10 years, slightly less impactful on getting high quality schools to welcome socially disadvantaged kids. But I think it's a very interesting case. I'm glad to say more later. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. Thank you very much. Quisiera seguir con Analia.
I would like to continue with Analia Jaimovich. Analia, you have had a very important career by doing studies in the system of financing in Chile and also in the region. So, of course, you know the different systems. And, well, I just want to ask you the same question. The first round is common. So which one do you think are the main barriers in order to increase the amount as to increase its allocation in Latin America and the Caribbean? Well, I don't know if I'm going to be talking about the main barrier, but there is one in specific that I would like to discuss because throughout the conversations of the morning, we have been separating of how do we increase this cake in terms of how to expand it in a wiser way. And for me, those are not separated conversations. And for me, that is one of the main barriers, such as the ones that we are facing in Latin America. So the educational system will take an important percentage of the fiscal resources. There will be 25 or 30, or it is an important proportion. Just increase that is that they will increase. It is important to increase this, and it has an important policy for our countries. The second part is that they will transfer resources from another side to the education, and that is a conversation that you usually have with the Ministry of Treasury. The third part that ends up being what our countries will do is that we generate new incomes, whether it is because of royalties of this or that. In Argentina, we had a specific task. I'm sorry, a specific task. And all the different resources that are permanent, stable in time, that are going to allow in everything that is important for the educational system. So I just want to reinforce this idea in the middle. How can we have a conversation how can we have a fruitful conversation with the Ministry of the Treasury? And in that conversation, we should discuss how can we reaccommodate the whole state budget. How can we reaccommodate this area of education? And I think that this discussion about how can we spend this in a better way, it is very important, and we are not taking advantage of this. I'm saying historically in our countries. On which sense? And well, the Treasury says that all this money is not going to go just according to the country in corruption or in expenses that will lead nowhere, or we can see that the results are not improving. So how are we going to leave aside what is an important proportion in the national budget to have a higher proportion that on the other side you cannot guarantee that this is going to represent a change? And that is where the conversation cannot be separated from which mechanism I'm going to have a stake to guarantee that those resources are going to be used by trying to improve what we need, to improve the quality, and so on. And right there, I was thinking about 4 topics, but I think I'm just going to mention a couple because of the time. And it has to do just to answer to this, and how do we modelize the resources? And we've got at least 3 more questions. How do we distribute it? How do we assign them and allocate it? I'm thinking about resources in the broad sense of the word, not only financial resources to local units or to those educational system. And that is at a local level to assign the resources. And the second question has to do with the use of the resources. How do we manage those resources? And how do we guarantee that this will go to those actions that we know more and more based on the evidence and the impact? And the third point has to do with all the benefits that Mauricio was mentioning, is the monitoring. How do we monitor the use of those resources, but with a perspective that in Latin America has been missing, which is from the point of view of what do we produce with those resources. In Latin America, we've got a system and we've got a decentralized use of the resources, such as the case of Chile. We've got a superintendence itself that is taking care that no expenses are done outside the law. Everything is within the law. And we've got a centralized system for the auditing and so on. But now we don't have much of a focus in by trying to be there with the school in the expenses that will make more sense, the productivity of the expense, so to speak. So there we are still something that we need to comply. There is a lot of research, there is a lot of work that has been advanced, but the path that we have to go about what we know, about how to improve, and how are we going to get that, and from that to go to the level of schools is where we are failing. Xavier Bonal from the Autonomous University of Barcelona. In the case of Spain and Catalonia, it's a country that has been hit by a long recession, and after the pandemic was one of the countries that was impacted the most because of the pandemic, and also the expenses and how to assign it, and also we've got the privatization, and how are those barriers that will prevent to have an optimism spend? Well, thank you very much, Javier. I think that the Spanish case is quite important because we've got many things that are similar to Chile. There are some lessons that we can learn in advance, I would say, of what's happening in Chile and also what happened in Spain. And there are 2 characteristics that should have been key to understand the public expense. One is a tradition of the state of education during the days of Franco. The public spend in education was very low, and all that provision was in the Catholic Church, so that was a problem for the public finance, and it was very complicated to recover from that. And the other thing is the presence of the private sector, because that presence is so important that on one hand we generate some pressures to the public expense, but on the other side it will reduce the pressure because it is good for the state to have a provision that is going to be close to 40% of the school position, to have a cost per student that is going to be below the cost of the public sector, but with a higher inequality. We need to add that in the recent years we have had 2 crises, and as everybody is saying, what you were saying in 2007, 2008, this is not going to allow to recover the finances till 2017 or 18, and the previous years of the economic crisis of 2008. And the other one is the pandemic. The pandemic did not reduce the public expense because of the European Big Brother that turned us on. But demanded that made a lot of investment in digitalization or an expense that is not necessarily translated in an improvement in the learning experience. So this could be an opportunity, but in the end ended up being quite dangerous, which is the drop in the democracy. We have lost 20% of our students. So we might say that we might have a bigger margin for redistribution, but what may happen is that we've got a lower expense as per student because the demographics is going down. So the other thing is the reluctancy to the public expense, and that is at jeopardy because of two cases. One is the constant pressure of the private sector is to for a higher amount for being in finance. It is underfinanced compared to the public system, but the market will not reach to some places where the public system is reaching. And some other groups of interest within the unions of public education that will resist any increase of public expense to the private sector because they consider that the private education should be abolished. So the cost of changing the finances in education are political ones, and they're going to face a situation that may bring to the status quo. In the case of Spain, we also need to add that we're in front of a strongly decentralized system, so a political color of the regional governments may set an important difference. The president of the Community of Madrid, which is from the Conservative Party, they wanted to give a scholarship to rich children. So the targeting is going to be something that is totally discretional or political. So this is an element that is going to be resistant not only for the increase of the expense, but the government. It's so hard for the governments to be selective in the implementation of expenses. It is hard for them because of the implementation and also because of technical difficulties, but also because of political pressure. We're facing some policies, and it has increased with the increase associated to the European funds because of the COVID, and they have been not very focalized. When you're 2 years old, it is not universal, and that would generate a regressive point when you have to go to a school when you're 2 years old, and school vouchers for food, and also we have to be selective in terms of what are we going to finance, and the PP premium are very hard to implement because it's harder because of the selective character. So that's why I think that this is one of the things that may explain in a better way this reluctancy.
We end up talking more about politics than economy, and I think that's very interesting because it makes an echo of what we were talking about previously. And now, due to the time, I am being asked that this second round, you take no more than 3 minutes each, because then we have a second panel coming up. So in the second round, I would like to start by asking something more regional. Analia, particularly Gregory and economists from the bank have been analyzing finances and the educational systems and financing systems of Latin America. So it would be interesting if you could give us 2 or 3 examples or good practices that could help us think, what is the path, what are the good designs of public finances in the educational system, the public system? I would say 3 things. I would center in 3 things. The first one is to guarantee minimum conditions so that schools can work. What do I mean by this? When we carried out some time ago a study analyzing financing systems in education here in Chile, we realized that the school grants not only guarantee a full amount of teachers, the amount of teachers that are required. There's due to the amount of children per capita, that the amount of students in the classroom, but there is not a calculation behind that says, okay, if I am requiring just say, for example, first grade, 3 hours, language, math, or whatever, that they have the necessary teachers for those classes. So most systems in Latin America do guarantee those type of things. They have, but the first thing is to be able to ensure that the basic conditions are covered. And the basic conditions are a good teacher in charge of each course. And for that, there are systems that are implementing what they call optimal payroll. That is basically of how I can have what I need, the staff I need to be able to, the workforce I need formally, at the same time as I maintain that staff as light, so to say, as possible in terms of personnel. So on one hand, you have the basic conditions, which is the staff, optimal staff. And I think in second place, I would mention those, in the case of Chile, through grants or subsidies, but in other countries, they are through incentives to the teachers so that they can work in certain areas, or through specific financing that is smaller, that is allotted to the different schools. But those formulas of financing that are destined to cover the difference between what is needed to be able to accompany students who have higher educational needs, whatever the reason might be, whether it's social economical situation, learning conditions, health conditions, etc., and then the standard student, so to say. In that case, we already talked quite a bit about the school grants or subsidies, and one of the policies that we have, and we have worked with other countries of the region with that same policy, pushing that same policy. I think that there is a point regarding what I was mentioning previously that has to do with a study that we carried out here in Chile regarding preferential school granting. I see you looking nervously at the watch. Due to I get messages. I can see that. What is being shown is that, as you know, with this preferential school grants and how the law is implemented, if the schools do not improve in a lapse of 4 years, they have the risk of losing those sources of financing, so therefore they had to improve. So what we found that was very interesting is that one school in year number 1 of receiving a bad score did not change their expense structurally speaking. Year number 2, they didn't either. Year number 3, they started to get desperate, and what they ended up hiring was external technical assistance of come save me. Let's set up a plan. How can I get out of this? And it goes back to what they were saying before. Something that is not developed good enough in our educational systems is that guide for schools to see how they can improve. So for a school to know that if I give them information so that they can know if they're not getting the results they want, but clearly they did not know how to spend it differently. If not, they would have done it in year 1 and year 2. And in year number 3 is when they started desperately looking for an external help. And to see how sustainable is that. They end up having external accompanying. Thank you very much, Analia. Superintendent, I would like the superintendency. You already have 11 years working and monitoring and supervising resources, but you have also carried out an effort to understand how the funds are spent and to understand where the money is going. And in that vision, what is your vision? What would be the main structural reforms that are required in the financing system, in this case here in Chile? Yes, I think there are 3 ideas that are central. The first one, there is a need to have institutionality governance system that can be more permanent. As Montserrat was saying, that can be monitoring and generating information and analyzing how the financing system is working. And in general, the educational world flows or has different visions. You have the financial, the educational, the sociological, the psychological area. But to have a view, to have a balance financially speaking, and to have a view to understand how these financing systems are going to be working and promoting and bringing in improvement or not, or are they leaving necessary elements out? It's relevant. And it is not something that is done every 5 years or every 10 years when I want to do a deeper reform. It is something that I have to be looking at year after year to see how the system is going. What is the behavior? Where do I need to make changes? How do I need to be making corrective actions? And that institutionality and that governance is key to have that monitoring. For example, they can have information systems that are relevant, but they can have the capability of analysis so that they can orient public policy in this logic of seeing what is going on, where we want to improve, and to be able to have that view. And the second point I wanted to say is what Analia was saying also about accompanying these establishments. Our Chilean system is one that has decentralized expenses. It goes to each one of the establishments, and the establishments, the sustainers, the people who are in charge of managing the administrators, they define how it is spent. And to understand, for example, the metacognition is something that is relevant, and it is something that generates and mobilizes changes in pedagogical issues or in learning. It is not always happens. You can say it, you can have the study in hand, but if you do not accompany the person who is making the decision, that is not going to happen. So it is important to have that accompanying one by one, one-on-one. And something else from our role as supervisor and the superintendency is the importance of simplicity as well. When systems are complex, it is difficult to administrate them. People do not understand them. The administrators don't understand them. It becomes difficult to be able to understand it. And then you have a different reform that changes everything once again. And we add and we add and we add elements that improve one issue or another issue. And it just generates an extremely complex and difficult system to administrate. It requires human resources or competencies that are very specific to be able to know all of these different complexity of the different policies. So simplicity is key to be able to manage the system better. Every time that we define a law and we place new restrictions or new ideas, it means that somebody has to monitor that. That's why I'm saying it. Somebody has to make sure that that is being complied with. If not, it's just a piece of paper, right? And that complexity makes it very difficult for things to be administrated adequately. Thank you very much, Supervisor. Becky, going back to per people premium, the EF is born with that to be able to guide. How do you guide expenses? And the EF is born as an institution with a vocation to closing gaps and how to orient that expense. So can you share with us your experience regarding how you have been able to break the cycle of inequality? We know that no system is 100%, and how?
How do you do it to actually channel those efforts towards the most effective pedagogical practice?
Yeah, thanks, Javier. I can see you're focused on implementation here. So I've mentioned some of the key features of the pupil premium, and also, of course, that it's not perfect, that it has its limitations. Nevertheless, as I've said, research has shown that it has had impact in the small narrowing of the socioeconomic gap for attainment that we've seen in England over the prior decade. For those of you who are interested, you could look at, for example, Stephen Gorard's work, among others. But I must mention as an aside that it's interesting that I'm having to refer you to academics. It's interesting that there haven't been wide-scale implementation evaluations of some of these important programs. So I would absolutely add to some of the remarks that have been made about the importance of evaluation in establishing the evidence in this space. To answer your question, Javier, the EEF was set up at the same time as the pupil premium, and one of the key elements of our work has been supporting effective spending and providing the evidence to schools to inform their spending of the pupil premium. To exemplify that, we have a range of accessible guidance for schools, including our famous Teaching and Learning Toolkit that distills causal evidence from about 3,500 different studies across the globe now, and which, of course, is translated by many of our partners, including SUMMA. We have, and that, by the way, is accessed in the English education system by 72% of school leaders, who use that to directly inform their financial decision making and their spending. We have a suite of guidance reports. We have a specific pupil premium guide for schools to inform them on what the best evidence suggests is the best targeting of their funding. And we also, of course, through our evidence generation, supply well-evidenced interventions and programmes that schools can purchase with confidence. The government also funds us to be able to scale up some of these programmes in areas of social disadvantage for schools that can't otherwise access them. So I would say here that we have found over the years that it's really important to engage the profession with this evidence rather than for governments to mandate the way that schools spend this money. That really engages teachers as professionals, and they can then apply the evidence to their own social contexts for their schools rather than having a one-size-fits-all. And I think it also illustrates the importance of efficient implementation and quality in spending. That again can explain how this is more effective than simple generic fair funding formulas. And one gratifying statistic to finish with, Javier, is that almost 90%, 88% of the pupil premium spending statements that schools have to publish on their websites cite the EEF's evidence in how they're spending the money. So again, those things going hand in hand, the evidence to inform and empower schools to spend the money well, seems to have been very useful. Thanks.
Muchas gracias, Becky. Creo que el punto que levanta Becky es
I think the point that Becky is stating is essential to be able to go to the question to Montserrat, the former Minister of Education in Ecuador, having to do with autonomy and capabilities that Becky was mentioning. I think it's key. One of the important things and issues in our region, how do we move to autonomy, higher autonomy in the use of resources, but not understanding that as abandoning schools. We understand it's not like just spend whatever you think, and there has to be a superintendency that we don't want them to be monitoring and supervising with a stick in their hand. That's not the way to go either. So, Monse, I don't know. How do you see this? Autonomy. What are the barriers or what are the challenges to be more autonomous in our schools, to be able to have correct use of finances? I'm thinking about this because in the search for autonomous, for the situation for the schools here in Ecuador, for example, you mentioned the study we carried out with SUMMA, with a diagnosis of the educational system, and clearly what we can see is that it is not aligned for learning, but to fulfill and comply. And in second, we have the clientele part. And in Ecuador, for example, they implemented the model of management of decentralization, with a central area and then zones and then different districts to be able to serve the schools. And in real life, the compliance ends up being technocracy and bureaucracy, and the school ends up not being alpha and omega of the educational system, and it is now that sends all the information to the central area that has to cover their needs. So this perception of schools more as that they have to comply with all of the formal parts due to the formalities, right? Because it's for your own good. This makes the perception have a lot of administrative pressure and they lose autonomy. And the other case that we can see with this process of decentralization is that management is lower, because instead of adding competencies and making things more agile, they duplicated administrative units. For example, there are professional development in the central area, in the zone, and also in the district. So each one of the different secretariats has their own area having to do with administration. So that means that when the school has the resources allotted to them, we're at the middle of the year, and many times they do not have time to execute. And in our vision of execution due to efficiency, what was not executed and was planned previously, then you remove the budget for the next year. So in other words, we can see that there is an unequal allotment. And the other thing has to do with context. Once again, we have an allotment of budgets in such a way that is based on their history. For example, breakfast. We give 2 billion, more than 2 billion rations a day. And that is milk with a little bit of cereal. And obviously, we're talking that we have this breakfast that is being given to a lot of students that are middle class. However, we do have a segment of the population that does not need 1, but they need 3 rations, because that's all they eat throughout the day. And they come to school and they're almost fainting. So it doesn't make sense to not give certain autonomy to the schools in the territories and say, this is what we need. We do not need this. Instead of this, give us something else. And also, lastly, I would like to talk about the role. And the same things happens with the workbooks and the school books. They have to be in context. And I would also like to make reference to the participation of the community. I think that a way to empower the schools is for the community to be empowered. We have a positive case in Ecuador, which is the agreement for education in Galapagos. And the Galapagos, the Ministry of Education, the government of Galapagos, and the social society and the academia, everything, societies and foundations got together and said, okay, we are going to fight for our Galapagos Islands, and we are going to have the education that we want, all of us contributing. And in that sense, they started an agenda and they placed indicators and the 3 basic components that are teacher training, curricular context for sustainability, based on sustainability, and educational resources. So there was a virtuous cycle in which of all of the universities, they come to study and they help us elaborate resources with high quality. And they also come, we have international people to see, having to do with teacher training, and the community feels completely empowered. And they fight for their autonomy in their educational agenda in the Galapagos Islands. That is something that we could imitate. Thank you. And lastly, Xavier, we have talked quite a bit of inequality and less regarding segregation. Latin America is not only unequal, but it's also very segregated as a society. We talked about classes that is very clearly marked. And therefore, we can see that more than just the segregation of the city, you have the segregation of the schools as well. And the studies show us that schools are more segregated than the city. So you have been involved in the European Union in certain studies that are very important to be able to study segregation of educational systems and to be able to research and investigate how the financial systems can improve this cohesion, this integration. If you could just tell us a little bit about this. Unfortunately, only in 3 minutes. Yes.
I'm going to do it in 2.5 minutes. Otherwise, Carla is going to have a heart attack. I'm going to be quite brief. As you said, this is a key topic. And not all the inequality is segregation, but it is a factor that is key. And actually, this is a sort of example of educational policy where the intervention or the financial part, the economical part, may be necessarily accompanied to this for the political aspect. So without funding, we're not going to reduce segregation. With only financing, we are not going to reduce the segregation. It is quite tempting by the state to say that this is a sort of policy that we can solve with the compensation policies to the ones that are less and also this is key in the region and also for Chile. And as we know, for the evidence, the higher the market is and the higher presence of the private sector, the higher will be the segregation. So today we have been talking about two examples that are quite interesting from the compensation policy. One is the pupil premium, and this is the kind of example that is quite positive to improve the conditions of learning from the vulnerable students, but it is not necessarily a policy that will reduce the segregation. That should go with preventive elements through mechanisms that will regulate as it has been done in Catalonia. We've got a Flanders during the 2010 what they established is a mechanism of distribution of the vulnerable students based on the representation in the territory. So no school will have an over proportion, or no school is going to turn into a ghetto, because we will have different lists of enrollment of students and also vulnerable students or with a special educational needs. So that will not depend on the conditions of education. Martin was saying that the key topic here, the food or the not violence, are key aspect of the learning, but we've got the peer effects. And there are some that are linked to the effects of their peers that happens without the concentration of the vulnerability. So one last comment to improve the experience is to improve the sort of policies and to reduce the segregation. It's good not to think only in terms of the school autonomy, and the examples that you gave were very important in terms of the importance that it has, but let's think in terms that the school will define what's happening to them. So if you have a good school and then you don't care about the other school, then the school next door, because your school is going well, then that is not going to work. The idea is that we can redistribute the allocation of teachers, of resources. And regarding the teachers, this is something that is not happening. So the teachers should be involved, not only with their school, but with the territory. So I think that those things are quite an innovation, and that will give us some important aspects to reduce the segregation. And a big round of applause to all the members of the panel. Thank you. A quick picture to all the members of the panel, everybody. Thank you very much for your comments, for sharing your experiences in your different countries. Take a look at the photograph, because we have to change the panel right away. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to call the next panel. You will have to do the change of the microphone, Analia. And now we will continue with the second panel of dialogue that will cover the topic effective pedagogies to support high quality teaching. I would like to ask for silence, please, in order to continue with our panel. Okay, I'm going to call our members of the panel: Mauricio Pineda, Minister of Education from El Salvador; José Alberto Flores, Vice Minister of Education of Ecuador. Is over there. Florencio Ceballos, Senior Program Specialist at of the KICS from the IDRC from Canada. Anna Pons, Project Manager of the Global Teaching Insight and Schools Network Plus Network from OECD. Isabel Janssen, Strategic Advisor from Liverpool from Belgium. So we're just going to give them a minute. This panel is going to be moderated by Rafael Carrasco, Under Director of SUMMA.
Perfecto, entonces vamos a dar inicio.
Okay, so we're going to start with effective pedagogies to support high quality teaching.
You can start, it's okay.
Well, because it's important for you to. 1 minute.
I hope you ask.
Sí. Yo,
Yo no, pero estoy bien. Bueno.
manager de mostró el proceso de adaptación del ritmo. Fui a los talleres, uno en Portugal, el otro en Tailandia. Y bueno, luego ya sí, se lo conozco muy bien. Sí.
Thank you.
Y bueno, participamos en procesos para el desarrollo.
Perfecto. Rafael, adelante.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Carla, por la introducción.
Thank you, Carla, for the introduction, and thank you very much to the members of the panel. Thank you very much, everybody who are here today. Today, we have been in a journey because of the role of evidence in this educational improvement, and the previous panel was covering a key element that has to do with the financing, the mechanism, and will make easier any operation. So in the second part, we are going to be talking about the black box and this pedagogical cycle. So it is important to take the human factor in place, or teachers. And the questions that we're going to cover has to do with the challenge of the professional development of teachers and also the educational practices. For the last 25 years, there was this whole dilemma, as Martin was mentioning, about a dilemma if the schools were making a difference or if they were just a reproduction of what was available or what is going to happen anyways. So this evidence was showing that the schools will set a huge difference, and or teachers as well. So it is also a light of hope, because the evidence is showing that the pedagogies, the way in which we develop the learning, is also key, and it is important which sort of pedagogical approach are we going to use it, and the way that we're presented will set a huge difference. So the OECD has been talking about the active pedagogies that has to do with the reflections, the meta knowledge, the all those things, all the training. And with that, we will have more autonomy under processes. And to reinforce those learning experiences, the evidence shows us that probably we can recover some years of learning if we could have a certain pedagogy practices that would allow us to have a better learning experience. So it means that we've got a transformation process between the schools and our teachers. So I just want to go with you through this journey of the different complexities, first of all, and then the experience of the nations that you may share in your own experience, where the rest of the audience can improve. So let's start with a general question that has to do with the starting point. What are the main challenges that you see? What are the opportunities that we can mobilize because of transforming the pedagogical practices in our schools? So that is a common question for all of us. We are here with Florencio. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation, and greetings, everyone. We've got a question. I'm sorry, his microphone is not working very well. And actually, when we're thinking about a transformation of the way the pedagogical practices are established, we are thinking about a huge jump from the office of a minister of education to what's happening at school and what's happening within the classroom when the teacher closes the door. And that process is not only a process of skill, it's an epistemic problem. It's a problem of how do we do and how do we do it and how do we make sense based on the evidence. And one of the main challenges that we have seen, at least from the KICS and the IDRC working on this process, is that when we talk about this evidence, we tend to think in processes or products that are quite unilateral. So that's what makes sense to the one that makes the decision. And therefore, we start having a priority that may be a little bit artificial with certain sort of instruments. What Javier was mentioning this morning is that we've got a randomized test that will make sense from the decision of decision-making person. This is the most effective one, this is the less expensive, this is faster, and so on. But when we try to modify some pedagogical practices at the core, not only it needs to make sense to the decision maker person, it needs to make sense to the teachers, the students, and the parents. This also has a persuasive mission, not only to justify it in a cold manner of when we interpret certain data. So when we talk about evidence in terms of a pedagogical transformation in the pedagogical core about the pedagogical evidences, it's very important. So that means that the sort of evidence that you're building and how do you mobilize that evidence will also have certain requirements. That's why it is not enough to do this, and the educational ethnography has a role to understand how are those innovations adopted, understood, how they make sense about it in this area of the classroom. And in the case of KICS, in the program where I work of the Global Partnership for Education, we want to bet in terms of how do we build the evidence, how do we set the priorities in which the research is reported? How do we generate processes of co-creation with different stakeholders? And how do we generate that process since the very beginning, from the questions for this research till the analysis? And most importantly, how do we mobilize that evidence? If that evidence is going to be translated only in a report that is going to go to the Mr. Minister, it's going to be useful for the minister, but not necessarily is going to play the role to convince and to report the whole chain of this long jump. And that has to do with the specific ways of mobilizing that evidence to translate it into a language that will make sense, which is not the same for a technocrat of an office, but a technocrat that is in an office in the Ministry of Education, how it makes sense to the principal of a school. So that will set a difference for both groups. And there is another case that is clear with us, which has to do with the EMIS. That tend to be tend to aim in a structure that we're going to have a report above, but just a few resources are destined to for those system will report local decisions, will report to the communities, to the teachers, and I think that there is something there that we need to take into account, especially when we're talking about the pedagogical practices, because when we close the door, what's happened inside has less to do to what had to do what was dictated from the Ministry of Education, but has to do with the relationship of power, resources, and so on, everything that happened in the school. So that's quite interesting to make sense. Because human beings, it happens that sometimes we need to take this and it needs to make sense.
So, as a broker agency in Flanders,
I think that is, if you,
you don't need that one because you already have this one.
do you hear me like this? Is it okay like this? Yes. So as a broker agency in Flanders, it's a region in Belgium, we try to be an umbrella organization where we, from the beginning of, we worked with two commissions, a practitioner commission, so with people from the ground floor, teachers, teacher leaders, head of schools, and so on. And on the other way is scientific commission that bring the two words together and that try to install a common language together. In fact, we see several challenges, as you already said, in the transformation project. We see challenges in the demand articulation, in the knowledge development, the knowledge organization and sharing of knowledge, and in the knowledge utilization. So I thought about it, what does that mean for us? That means that when we try to set up a knowledge agenda, and we use the research, the data, we found that it is very important from the beginning on, as you already told us, to have dialogue, round tables with all partners together. So we try to broaden up the field and really work not only top down from the ministry towards the educational field, but also bottom up from the two commissions, the scientific one and the research and the users commission. Not all the questions that the teachers have are in fact require scientific investigation. So we have to listen very well and to try to build up also their knowledge from the problem to the knowledge question. So where are those needs of evidence? We also have the need for a strategic knowledge agenda when we see all the tests of PISA and PIRL, so we also take that. We are in dialogue with the unions, and we also have the researchers, of course. Most of the time they focus on policy relevant questions, so we have a need on focus on practitioner questions. When we go to the second, it's the challenges in the knowledge development. We see that teachers have frequently urgent questions and they expect quick answers. It's not always possible to give them quick answers because the answers evidence-based aren't always those that we can answer quickly. We need also policy for long-term studies. We know that one of the big challenges also in the knowledge development are the different the evolution to impact measurement, for example, and we see big challenges in the utilization of educational data combined with the linkage with other data. In Flanders, but I think it's Europe broad, we have a limited number of policy-oriented researchers. So we have to focus on what will we do first and have coalitions with other countries. Then we have the challenges in the knowledge organization and sharing. the findability of the information. When we saw how you used the toolkit, we are doing the same. We are a partner also of the umbrella organization EEN. And we have to make everything very accessible, talk the language of the teacher so that they or he or it understands it. We also think that we will try to convince our new Minister of Education in some weeks, we hope so, of the incentives for researchers to do research in function of valorization. We see that a lot of research stops when the research is done, but the valorization towards the field, there is a big lack. The interaction between the researchers and other relevant actors in the field, we found that very important. And then last but not least, challenges in the knowledge utilization, I called it. We see that we have to try to convince or mobilize the users towards a knowledge-oriented culture in the schools. And that's not so easy to do, but we have quite some examples where we see that we can mobilize them. And among the researchers, we want to try to challenge them towards an impact-oriented culture. So that were the challenges. The last thing I just want to say is that also in our country or region, we see different views on the matter of the system level, and also that politics is not always easy to work within. So we see different views. One view is strengthening the role of the state, as we talked in the former debate, and taking political control of the educational system and process, because it's a large budget that goes towards education, versus transferring power to the front line of education by strengthening teacher professionalism and school autonomy. At this moment in Flanders, we tried first for years to do the first view, but now we are heading towards the second one. I think the combination of the two is the best.
Muchas gracias por la experiencia y
Thank you for sharing your experience and your keys. You mentioned, similar to Florencio, the common language is to listen to the needs of the teachers and to understand that there are different times in the classroom and public policies, and make sense of the evidence. And this takes work. To translate that in the broader sense, it's difficult. Jose Alberto, I would like to know your experience in Ecuador. Thank you very much for your invitation. I don't know if you can hear me okay. Yes, yes. Well, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm going to develop a question that is very complex, but somehow it helps us to have higher context from the previous interventions. There were some elements of how we can understand a little bit the problem of education regarding Ecuador. And I think that to think about the pedagogical transformations, a key component is always going to be to understand the context. For any transformation in pedagogy, we have to have a picture, a photo, as clear as possible, but at the same time that we can somehow comprehend. And in that sense, regarding the issues, our former Minister of Education was mentioning part of this. We have data up to date regarding violence in schools, for example. Out of 240,000 children and adolescents who were surveyed, there was a high percentage that had some kind of harassment or intimidation of different students or other teachers, 16.9%. And families also have an issue regarding this. We have a problem that is very serious regarding insecurity at this time. Data from previous years, 306 children or adolescents within this group were victims of homicide. We have another problem as well having to do with suicide. 775 people consulted or surveyed, or between 2020 and 2021, there was 775 suicides, and 212 were suicides that actually resulted in death. And out of the others were attempts. And then we have all these children in our list, 8% presented a symptom of some kind of depression or anxiety. And we have a problem that is linked to security. That's from the time they are 10 years old, especially in the coastal areas of the country. In Guayaquil, for example, they're recruited by different gangs. And this is an issue that, from public policy, we have to be responding to these things, and this can always be developed in a more effective way as long as we have information systems. We also have structural problems, and in that sense, pedagogy also has to be responding to this. We have an increase in the poverty in the country regarding the last 10 years. We have a complex gap in technology, where 40% of the students in the national system of education in the country does not have access to technological devices. So 1 out of every 2, almost, children do not have access to technology, and this is impacting learning. We do know that learning is not only dependent on the teacher, but it also depends on the context. It is an element that is a multi-cause and the infrastructure of the education as well. So we can see that the scenario is complex, and we can look at the national evaluations or regional evaluations that the country has been involved in, and we have results of the quality of education where Ecuador somehow is in the average with data with 2019 and presented in 2020. And then the national assessments, we have a scenario also. Javier was also saying that at 7 out of every 10 do not reach learning, expected learning, minimum learning. So we can see that pedagogy, or the transformations that should be established in the educational system of the country, need to be taken with a lot of determination. So regarding this scenario, pedagogy or the transformations, as Pablo Freire is indicating, they should give us hope. It should give the people hope. It should bring to the young people and to the children that are important part of the country. And in that sense, what we are developing at this time is to stabilize. We cannot normalize these violence numbers. We cannot normalize that the accomplishments are so low. We have to give hope to all actors and also to the families. Therefore, I would like now to go into a component, which is the curriculum. One of the strengths is that I was a part of the national system of evaluation of education, so we know the numbers nationwide. And in that sense, the challenge, as we mentioned, is to humanize this evidence and these results and to generate plans, because we should not improvise in education. There's a lot of things that we have learned, because if we continue repeating the cycles of difficulty, then we are also betting on monitoring systems that will help us see what we need to improve. And in that sense, some of the initiatives that we have developed is how to unite all of these actions and see which ones work, which ones do not work. And we have tried to change the focus in those and to try to return this hope and debate regarding access and inclusion. We have a well-being plan for prevention of those dropping out. We have 78,000 children that last year had left the educational system. We had the Atahualpa Stadium that has a capability of 40,000 people. And if 2 Atahualpa stadiums, which is one of the most main stadiums, were full, then that would be the amount of students that have left the educational system. And also for safety, we have a program that we think that this is co-responsibility of all players. It's key. And to be able to have a strategy of implementation and training that is continuous. And we have different strategies that we are developing where evidence is plays a key role in transformation of pedagogy and education. Thank you very much for sharing your experience. Their part has to do then with how we tackle the context and how teachers and schools have to take on a context that is beyond them, and that is beyond just education, but there is a role that we have to learn to deal with. And what is the teacher's role in the school in that sense? It's just leaving this question here, not that you have to answer it at this time. Nancy, if you can share with us. Thank you very much. I don't know if you can hear me. Is the microphone working? First, I would like to thank you for this opportunity. The question is very important. The question that you are asking is very important. And participating in reviews that are reports. Okay, we will continue with the microphone then. When I look back to the different reports that we have had in the OECD, like in Mexico, Colombia, Costa Rica, Chile, and Peru, which are the ones that I had the opportunity of getting to know more closely, what I can see is that certain things are repeated. And they have already been mentioned this morning. First, alignment of policies that Montserrat was talking about. Sometimes we can see that the different players have different agendas in recruitment of the different teachers and training, initial training and continuous education. And then we also have good intentions with the different programs, and sometimes the schools and the teachers that are not aligned, they're not aligned. So I think there we lose effort. A second point that is repeated in all of these reports is the need to focus resources. We have talked quite a bit about this in the previous panel as well, to be able to base these resources on evidence, which is the key issue that we are dealing with here. And there I would also like to add something, because all of these big measures, and the fourth that is repeated in these reports, is to be able to bet on these teachers. And I would like to stop 1 second here, because when we talk about improving pedagogy, we also have to make that effort that Becky Francis has made to be able to involve centers and understand how they make decisions, and understand how evidence can play a higher role. In the OECD, we had a video study, a pioneer study, in which we placed cameras in the classrooms to be able to try to understand what kind of practices are the teachers using and how these are related to the results from the students. Chile, Mexico, and Colombia were a part of this study, and others also participated, and we carried it out. And one thing we observed that I think is important is that in the Latin American region, the social economical gaps that are a big issue that we have talked about this morning, these social economic gaps, somehow we can observe them when we see the gap in the kind of practices or the quality of the practices that teachers are using. So it is very interesting, because when you see the results from the studies, and when you look at the teachers in Japan or Shanghai, they are all very concentrated in high levels of quality in the teacher practices that is being used. There is concentration in these levels. But when you look at the countries that participated within the region of Latin America, there is a curve. The curve is much broader. There is a lot of differences between the teacher who is having higher level of development or performance, and then those who have higher difficulty, and we don't know why, but there is that complexity that you invited us, Rafael, to try to understand. If we want to improve the quality of education, then we have to try to break this black box that continues being the classrooms, to try to understand in a better way the pedagogy and the practices that are being used in the classroom, and to try to understand the role of the teachers, not as an executor of different magical recipes, but as a professional who is highly prepared, who can use their practice and be connected with their peers, and to collaborate, not in a superficial way, but in a deep way with their peers, to be able to develop improvement of the educational proposal of each center, but also be connected diagonally with other centers, to be able to share good practices, to learn from the new evidences, and to be able to continue improving the system. I would also highlight that we cannot talk about pedagogy in an ethereal way, in a high-level way, but we have to land it. We have to bring it down to earth. We have to try to come into detail. In the previous panel, they mentioned metacognitive parts. And I would like to ask each of you, how would you define a metacognition? And I'm sure we would have a very different definitions of that. So I think we need to make an effort to be able to enter into this complexity, which is pedagogy, and to try to establish more dialogue to be able to understand what works there and what does not work there. And as Javier mentioned at the beginning, these last 15 years, we have learned much regarding the evidence of what practices can be more efficient. But it seems like a huge challenge, and to understand it and to how can we make this permeable, or these practices. And the second round of questions has to do, Mauricio, well, I think you can hear me, right? We are going to give, these sound systems have done such a great job, and we're going to give them an opportunity. We would like to thank them. I would like to thank SUMMA, Javier, thank you very much, Christian as well, for inviting me. And I would like to share with you a little bit regarding this transformation process that we are carrying out in El Salvador, which SUMMA is also an important part of in this process. So I greet you all and all of you who are participating here and online as well. Now, related to the question, I think that this question allows us to be able to give a vision regarding all the educational systems of our Latin American countries, and to find in each one of these systems the challenges that we have in common, and to be able to elaborate on that, and to be able to take a look and see what reform can really respond to the transformation of education in Latin America. And I think this is an adequate space for this. And in particular, I think that we need to focus, and many of you have already mentioned this, but I think it's key to be able to mention it once again, that the focus has to be placed on the school, the classroom. There are many strategies and policies that we can define. However, they end up being there in the ethereal and do not reach, or are not capable of transforming classroom practices. And if we want to develop a model that is adequate, that can tackle the problems of each one of the countries, the research investigation that take us to be able to generate evidence contribute quite a bit. And of course they are important, and we need to not only use them, but we need to promote that our countries start to investigate and research more. And I think there is a phenomena that is very important that we need to highlight. We need to go to the territory. We do. Those who are the policymakers, those who are in middle of the politicians, the career and the presidents, and those of us who are sitting in an office that is trying to promote public policies in education that are effective. We need to go and we need to learn together with the teachers. So this takes me to outline specific actions that from my own experience of El Salvador, I think we can share with you. The first one that I think is important to mention has to do with a dialogue that is permanent with the teachers, with the magistracy. And we know that in every country in Latin America, the union of teachers can paralyze a country. And if we add to this students who at this time have a lot of energy, then we have an important problem. So from the beginning, if we want to change these practices, we have to involve them. Because at the end of the day, those who know the reality of what's happening in the classroom is the teachers. So we have to involve them. If I have heart surgery, I want the best heart doctor. But if I want to do educational policies, I don't see the teacher, and there's a great mistake. So I think the different agents are the ones who have an opinion in all of this. So the idea that we have of teachers, and even socially speaking, in my country, I can talk about my country with authority. The students, when they're in their teenage years and they're deciding what they want to study, they have a phrase, or you can find a phrase easily. Even if I'm going to be a teacher, that's what I'm going to be. Because being a teacher has fallen. within the society. It's as if it does not have the value it used to have, and we have to raise this up. We have to have the best teacher in the classroom, because from there, that depends on the development. And I agree with Martin that I do not see education from the point of view that is only from the economy. It is a result in the end of the day. However, education for me is to be more something that will last over time, to have a comprehensive citizen. I think it is very important. The role of the teacher has to be changed, but we have to change it based on what they propose within the classroom, that it not be the teacher who just stands in front of his classroom or sometimes in the back to his students and to say what to do and when, but a teacher that can be a pedagogical mediator and be capable of transforming the curriculum and place it at the service of the learning of their students, not in a rigid way. And that takes me to the next point, that is to attract the best and the most committed candidates to the teacher's career. If we change the perspective, this is going to bring in the best candidates to study this. And also, I think that it is important with these two mentions I made before. The third one, which is to contribute or to build a comprehensive professional career based on evidence, the evidence that we find in research and that we can have on hand, but also the empirical evidence that we have firsthand when we carry out this relationship, this communication, this constant dialogue with the teacher. Another point that I think is important to highlight is that we need to ensure training, initial training, and quality training. Many ministries, in the case of El Salvador that I can talk about, as I said, the relationship between teachers who leave from the universities and the strategies of the educational system go on different paths, because there is not a role that can be placed, there's not a that can tell the university or those who form teachers or train teachers what the education should be or what plans they have to implement in the studies in the universities or the training centers, so that we can end up with the teachers that will contribute to the development of the country. So I think that role is also very important. And another one, and now to end, is to strengthen the dynamic and productive relationship between the directors or those who are on the committees or the directives and the teachers. We place a lot of focus on the teachers, but there is also a role that has to do with the schools, and that has to do with the director, with the board of directors as well. If we have a director who is well formed, if we have a director who has the capabilities and knowledge that are adequate to be able to reach the teacher, is going to be much easier than if we have a director who is dispersed. Because at the end of the day, the person who ends up staying in the school is the director of the education site. He has to be involved in this, and he has to be listened to be able to this way guarantee. If we place an orchestra director and doesn't know the melody, then we're not going to understand, and the musicians are not all going to go on the same path. But that same comparison can be done with the director of our educational sites. And to be able to, lastly, the implementation of an educational model and a pedagogical model, and to formulate public policies with a vision of universality. We don't need to lose. We can have different financial groups, economical groups within our different societies, but education has to always be focused on rights. And I think it's very important that even though all of our policies be defined with centrality in who learns, there is also something that is very important, that is the teacher, the one who is in the classroom, understanding the classroom not as the four walls, but where learning happens, and their role is very important, accompanied by a good director. Thank you very much.
Well, you are in the middle of a reform that is quite deep, and you have shared this with certain views and recommendations. I would like to take that to make this last comment from 2 to 3 moments, 3 minutes. And what I would like to share with you, because of the transformation and the pedagogical practices and the development of teachers and what you do in the exchange program among countries and in Central America and other places in the world. Let's go one by one. Florencio, please. We can say that it works, but once again, we have to go back to the microphone, so I'm not going to take any risks. So, quite briefly, the first thing is regarding the professional development. And just to put it into simple, and I believe that this requires a systemic effort. It means that sometimes we have to leave a model that we suppose that the only way that we've got with the training is with the teachers. For a systemic change, it is important. And the minister mentioned that, and for the and the workers of the different ministries, and also people of the international organizations that support the process of financing. There is a collective effort to rethink that it is more complicated, and that's why we want to say no. The ones who needs the training is another one in this province. I think that is a broader areas regarding what we needed to learn from KICS. This is an effort that has been quite interesting because it is odd the work that we have done together with SUMMA and West Indies University to support this process of undergraduate and postgraduate of the careers of pedagogy. It really calls my attention, and this will go around the world. How in the debate and how when we call the stakeholder, we think about the governments, we think about schools, we think about the communities, we think about the academia, but not all the time. We've got a certain point of the director of the school of pedagogy. I don't know, they're not there. I don't know how many people who come here, they work in a school of pedagogy where they train teachers. It is not quite often. It is a player that is quite absent. So there is an important role. We need to take a look at the training as a systemic area. So we are a center that is in charge. Can you hear the interpretation? Is the interpretation working now? Okay. So, Isabel, you work in a center that is in charge of sharing the experience and the evidence and to put it at the service. So which are the recommendations that you would like to leave to the audience because of this teacher development and these pedagogical practices that you're working?
I think the most important thing is that we have to put the both worlds together in a non-hierarchical way, so not with a hierarchy, and talk with and not about the teachers. So it's already been said, there are different challenges. I think we have to try to have pre-service training, but also in-service training, and to try to build upon reflective practitioners, but build with them together. So we need that strong pedagogical didactic knowledge base for those professionals. We also need a challenge towards the evidence-informed teaching practice. So no given intervention works in all contexts. So there always have to be a sort of translation in the context for all the learners and in all contexts. We know that teachers' decisions are also made on beliefs and values. So talking about the values and also the alignment in the schools what values do the schools or do the schools stand for, and what are then the pedagogical evidence-informed practices that they want to give. We see a lot of schools that have their own teacher training program when teachers come inside of the schools next to already the programs that they learned at university or in the higher schools. Then sufficient and targeted resources. We now see that the resources are fragmented, so we try with our knowledge center to be the umbrella there, and interest of researchers and their familiarity with educational practice. We try to have a sort of research school set where we also add people of university as brokers, but also coaches who try to build the knowledge gap together with the teachers on the ground floor. And we also have in some schools learners in those groups. So the students themselves who also participate. In 2 schools, we also have parents who participate, and we always have teachers who are still in training, so who are at university or who are at high school. One of the examples is that it's really interesting what they say during that journey in those groups of teachers, and also the head of school is always in the group. They look at the data, and what really helps is when they see effects on the pupils level, that gives them really straightforward, in fact. So we also know that the quality disclosure of evidence isn't everywhere the same. So we are also looking at that, and the importance of those knowledge brokers is really an important one. We are really looking to professionalize teacher trainers in the schools, teacher who together with us try to install available, let's say, piecemeals towards the other teachers in the schools.
Muchas gracias, Isabel. Perfect. Por favor, viceministro.
Okay.
Well, normally the evidence that are being generated in a process of a national or international evaluation will remain being it as part of a diagnosis. It is key to have it in a center, so that implies to think about the use of the evidence and to generate some improvements. So that's why I would like to set this element for the generation of the policies at a national level and at a regional level, but to leave it in a diagnosis, but also to take it to this point. So this is key for us to reinforce the current curriculum that we've got in Ecuador that will orient the pedagogical approach, and it is totally necessary to think beyond the curriculum, and that's why we need to have this strategy, and that's why we've got a certain insertion of the curriculum, and we've got an access of the interest, and we have been working at the Galapagos by means of the evidence. We took it from that point to the national level, and with certain specifications to the coast area from the Amazon area and for the Andes part of the country. So it is important to have the transformation in the pedagogy to transform some answers and to have the component of financial education, which is also an element that is highly demanded in the country. So that is why, if we can do this, as the Minister of El Salvador just mentioned, to focus in the student, that is a challenge. So normally we're thinking about curriculum reforms, but if we don't implement what we've got, then we've got the curriculum analysis that we do, or the analysis of a global aspect such as pizza, then we will have those key elements for the learning and teaching experience, and that will reach the teachers, and that will be, in the end, an effective learning for students. Joanna, I would like to talk about the School Plus, which is a new pilot project in the OECD. And basically, we've got two working lines. The first one is that we're trying to promote a pedagogical dialogue that will go beyond the ideological points of view of the pedagogy. We look at the US, and there is a very clear point of view of the ones that promote the direct instruction or the active pedagogy. So we're just trying that instead of having the focus in the ideology of the different pedagogies, we just want to face in the practice itself and what the evidence is telling us about this sort of practices. So that's why we've got a taxonomy that is trying to define these practices and to allow this dialogue. And as I said before, there are some words by trying to understand different things with the metacognition. So for me, that is one of the examples. So that is the first working line to try to facilitate, to make it possible to have this ideology and based on the evidence. And the second working line that we are exploring and experiencing is to try to involve the educational centers and to learn from the educational centers. So the evidence will tell us what to tell us and what are the causes that we've got, but this is telling us how those practices are being implemented. So we just want to involve the centers to code their knowledge in terms of how those practices are being implemented, and those are efficient, and by trying to visualize some examples that would allow the professional reflection on these practices. And that is going to finish next year with a report, and also SUMMA is part of it. Okay, Mr. Minister, no. I am honoring the work of our colleagues, so I continue with my microphone. So, this is very important, but the combination of this, and I think that this is Marina. We at El Salvador, I told you this, but we said that we are in an educational reform that includes 6 important lines, and we got a value of the importance with a problem of the implementation. And also we've got the problem of the infrastructure, because those should be the adequate ones. So there is no possibility that a child will focus with a classroom when they've got 48 Celsius degrees. And also the first childhood, which is very important to improve it in many of the countries in Latin America, and also there is still an important debt there. So we have to find an educational model that it is our own in El Salvador, specifically to be implemented during the first childhood. And during this year, this is being implemented about the teachers training. We said how important it is to have the best teacher in our classroom, but we already have a huge amount of 70% of the teachers that today are in the educational system. For instance, they've got a major, or they've got another career, and the idea, or a master degree, and the idea is not to remove the ones that do not have it, but the idea is to train them. So them with their own empiric knowledge, it should make it available. Now with the academic knowledge, that is very important. The curriculum that is renewing, we are going to discuss it later on, and the topic of the technology, which is also a very important topic, not into looking at the technology with the educational problems that we may have, but the technology as a tool which is at the service of the learning experiences. We at El Salvador, we provided one tablet or one computer to 100% of our students and to the 100% of teachers. And during this year, we've got an important percentage, and by the end of the year, we are going to have internet in each one of the schools, asymmetric internet that would allow students and teachers to have internet and to move forward into what we may consider within the multimodality that our educational model established, the virtual education, because it is today, this is remote education with lots of gaps. But these 6 areas, and the last one, that is very important. If the child has a malnutrition, or if our students they've got an empty stomach, then the learning experience is not going to happen. So the 6th point is health and nutrition, coordinated work with the different instances with the Ministry of Health in order to do some sieving with 100% of our students, which are in the first, second, and third year of the first cycle of elementary education. That is key, and then we can detect some problems that our students have. And with this, we can focus on this in a better manner. But these 6 strategic lines are reinforced in 3 pillars, and those are the curriculum, also the assessment and the curriculum, which is tied to the access. And yes, okay, I've got 1 minute. No, I have more than enough. A renewed curriculum. I think Martin was talking about that. That has to do with the pedagogical knowledge, which are very important, and the content, and also we need to generate some competences in our students that would allow them to have the skills when they finish school. If they have to spend the whole year or every year studying, but then the competences should be the adequate ones for them. Educational materials that will be aligned with this new renewed curriculum, and a new offer for the secondary education. Regarding the pedagogical practices, there is a whole plan of training that will cover the 72,000 teachers that are in the educational system. We already started the last month of May. We started with the first one that is directed to the more than 5,000 principals that we've got in the country as an important part in order to reach to the teachers. So we can spend our whole life training the teachers, but if we don't involve the principal, then nothing is going to happen. And then we've got, it's quite sexy to talk today about this formative evaluation, but to implement or to give a good use of the results of this evaluation. That's the problem. That's the magic. How can you reach these results? So this will change the curriculum, the strategies that we will see in the classroom. So I will finish here based on the minute that you just gave me. I think it is quite interesting. I just want to have a minute to do a summary here, because what the minister is saying is a little bit of what we said at the beginning about the importance of these. We cannot leave the teachers, and to have the weight of all this pedagogical transformation, we need the whole system to support, mobilize, to give a continuity. And that's key. For on one side to have the initial training, they cannot be assigned, but also the continuous training, because most of the time the teachers are in the classroom. So this concept of schools, reflective schools, seems to be quite important. How do we find a way of what we are doing to rescue, to value from the practice and from the evidence, and part where we can have an evolution where we've got the teachers, the communities, and the parents, the government, and the parents, everybody working to improve this. And this is why that we've got certain lights and opportunities that will start to show. And we've got these ideas to have a common language, a common point of view in terms of how we're going to mobilize and improve all of this. So thank you very much to the members of this panel and also to the audience for the patience and the participation. A big round of applause for the members of the panel. It was a little bit longer, but it was totally worth it. We have had a wonderful panel, wonderful speakers. So thank you very much for coming today. We will continue. We will continue tomorrow. Today, we did the most structural transformation. We talked about the transformation of the educational policies and pedagogies. And tomorrow, we would like to talk about how do we transform this from the school, from the ministry, from the different players that are acting in the different community as well. So I would like to invite you for tomorrow, and we've got Romini Banerjee, who is going to be participating tomorrow from Pratam, Jaime Saavedra from the World Bank, and Tracy Branch from the National Center of Education and Economy in Washington. So we will wait for you tomorrow in order to continue at 8:30, same place, same time. So